Just comb your hair, go and wash your face. It's been a real long time since you've seen the light of day. So let thoughts colors they may, beauty and parade. Everybody all smiles when you're back in the seat again. On aboard the Petty Express to a beautiful darkness. It's full steam ahead to ride the rails to our next destination. Yeah!
Good morning, you guys. This is Mo, your conductress of Snark and Petty, as we go on the Petty Express today and finish up day 1 and then head on into day 2, which I have heard is full of shenanigans in the retrial of Linda Stermer. Now, if you watched Legal Shenanigans Theater yesterday, you unfortunately sat through the defense's opening once again, which was even more painful than the first time, if you can imagine. Good morning, Christine, and I have my favorites, and Gregory, Dark Allele, and Denise. Good morning. So we are starting off with Steve Leach, the chief of the fire, department for Warrens County. I have heard it is an S show. I am so excited. Good morning, Debbie Webb and Phoenix Fire. So let's get into this. I do have it at 1.25, but if that's too, fast, let me know and we can always slow it down. I will be zipping through breaks and, bringing all the snark and petty. At least we have someone who wore a button down to be a witness. I don't know, maybe it's the old-fashioned person in me, but I'm like, if you're going to go to court, could you at least dress up like a scotch? Good morning, CJ. Welcome, welcome. So let's get into this. I will say that this courtroom is a dignified courtroom and very, very, full of history. And it's kind of ridiculous that we have this shenanigans trial going on. For those of you who are not caught up with the Linda Stermer retrial, I'm going to give you about a 5-minute pitch of it. So Linda Stermer was granted a retrial due to insufficient lawyer assistance and several other things. She is accused of, beating her husband, lighting him on fire, and then running him over. Now, that being said, the defense is going to tell you that the fire is an accident, and so was the running him over was an accident, and that, the state has nothing concrete to put Linda either near an accelerant or near, anything other than the car, which I still think is a high hurdle to get past the defense. I don't buy the whole she accidentally ran him over thing, but I'm willing to give the defense a try. We are in the state's, portion of the case, so let's hear what the fire chief has to say.
You're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Thank you. Please have a seat. And you can move the microphone right up to your mouth. So that
Okay.
Oh, good. And if you can tell us your full name and spell your last, please.
Stephen George Leach, Leach.
Thank you, Ms. Flanagan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Leach, what is your current occupation?
My current occupation, I am area manager for Wholesome Lafarge.
And how long have you been doing that?
3 years.
And then what did you do prior?
I've always kind of had a side. Most of my life has been in the gravel construction industry.
Okay. What was your profession in January 7th of 2007?
I was the fire chief.
And the fire chief of where?
Fire chief of Lawrence Township Emergency Service.
How long were you the fire chief?
I was the fire chief in 2005, 2006, 2007, 2009, 10, and 11.
And then in between, were you also then still a firefighter?
Yes.
So when you were not the chief, you were still a firefighter?
Yeah, I got on the department in 1995, got off for a few years in 2018, and recently got back on that department.
So on January 7th of 2007, were you called to the residence on County Road 215?
Yes.
And was that in your official duty as then fire chief?
Yes.
And what did you do then when you received that call?
I responded. I actually live on 54th Street, which that section through town that isn't 215. So essentially I live on that same street, about 4 miles away.
So once you got that call, how long did it take you to get to the home?
It didn't seem like that long. I mean, I had just walked in the house when the pager went off, put my shoes back on, got in the truck, drove direct.
All right, you guys, from now on, pagers are going to be called Pedros. Thank you, closed caption, but I like that.
Put my shoes back on, got in the truck, drove direct to it. So probably, maybe 5 minutes to get there.
And I just wanted to be clear, you came from your own residence?
I came from my residence,
Just
yes.
minutes away.
Yeah.
And when you arrived, tell me what you did.
When I first pulled in the driveway, when I got turned up the drive, I noticed I already noticed you could see the flame from pretty much the smoke and heavy smoke from my house. But as soon as I pulled into the drive, I noticed Mike Matheny standing at the edge of the house, waving towards me to come to where he was standing. And when I pulled up there, it was Mike and two people laying on the ground, which turned out to be Todd and Linda on top of him.
And when you say she was on top of him, what do you mean on top of him?
So like say he was laying on his back and she was literally on top.
Crosswise?
Crosswise, hysterical, but,
Was she by his head and chest area, or where was she on his body?
Head and chest area.
And based on just your observations as somebody who's worked in fire and your experience, was this something that was peculiar to you? Not her laying on him, the fire itself, I apologize.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Was the fire itself peculiar to you in any way as your experience as a fire chief?
It wouldn't have been,
Foundation. There's no foundation. You would
No, I'm not asking, actually, just as layperson observations of fire.
wasn't what I was,
He's the fire chief, not a fire investigation expert. Granted, he's seen fires, but to call something peculiar is an opinion that a professional, not even
Okay, John Cena and the Rock Had a Baby lawyer. I'm glad you're zealously doing this. Could you possibly button both of your suit buttons, though? That being said, he does make a fair point.
a professional would make.
Counsel, can you approach me?
Yep.
Yeah, I would think that if you've been a firefighter / fire chief for many years, that, we could kind of take your opinion statements, but who knows?
So when you went down the driveway, did you have any trouble getting down the driveway at all?
the actual part of the driveway, no.
And where did you park your vehicle?
So I went up, like I said, when I was coming up the drive, up a little bit of an incline, that's when I noticed Mike and what turned out to be Linda and Todd laying on the ground there. Would have been probably maybe a little further from you, maybe 1.5 times from me to you, away from the structure.
And so did you park your car then at that
Jumped
point?
out, yeah,
Jumped
parked
out?
right beside them.
His peninsula is starting. It just didn't start the way it normally does. It's like, yeah, he just has a fringe. Sir, just go ahead and go bald. Your peninsula is starting in an unfortunate way.
And jumped out,
And were you on their driveway or just did you pull into the yard?
side yard.
Side yard? And at that point, was anybody trying to administer aid to Todd?
No, Linda was on top of him. I was the first one to, I tried to get, I got her off so I could assess what I was looking at. And then she got back on and please get off. I need to do my job. I need to assess what's going on here.
So you started and then she jumped in?
Jump back on top of,
So what were the other two ding-dongs doing there? Just standing, pointing? I mean, if Linda is, impeding this, trying to save him, then it seems like we have two other dudes that are just standing there with their fingers up their nose. I mean, keep Linda away from him.
of him.
And she still was on top of him at that point?
Yeah,
And then what did you do to get him off?
got her. Linda, please, I didn't know her by name, but ma'am, please get off. I need to be able to do my job.
So once you arrive there and you see these other folks and you get Linda off of Todd, what do you do?
I started looking
That's what
over,
she said.
looking him over and trying to assess what was going on. He was badly burnt, but he also was bleeding a little bit, which in my brain I was pulling up, and thinking, okay, fire, but it wasn't. It kind of threw me back for a second to notice the blood. He had some blood in his mouth and things. It was also burnt, but it was, there was blood on him as well. And that it just kind of threw me back for a second to try to figure out what was going on here.
And trying to figure out what type of aid to administer?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what did you do then after you were able to then view this blood and start to assess him?
It wouldn't have been long after that when somebody else came up along with us. But when I opened his mouth and checked the airway, then I got back into my truck and grabbed my jump bag to where my oxygen and my masks and things like that would have been.
And then you were able to grab all that equipment out?
Yeah.
Where was Todd located at this time?
At that point, he was still right near the house, but it was getting very hot. And so then, I don't remember in time lapse, I was trying to make sure that we were still safe in an area, the incoming trucks. But then I remember helping move Todd further away from the house.
So you were part of that, of moving him?
Yeah.
And do you know what you did, like what you moved him on, or?
It seemed like it was like a kid's sled or something like that somebody had found in the yard. You don't even know who at that point. You're, not paying attention to that kind of stuff. But we got him on that, and it seemed like there were about 3 or 4 of us drug him further away from the structure to a safe area.
Was he alive before you put him on the sled?
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of an agonal breathe, but he was breathing.
When you say agonal, what does that mean?
Not a good breath. It was more of a pained breath, it was just something that you.
This is a new witness. I needed to finish up day 1. It looks like we have the fire chief, and then we have one of the neighbors that first came on the scene. Ooh, we get lawyer Rock the lawyer. Awesome.
They taught you in EMT school, but it was the first time I'd ever witnessed. And then at that point you were like, oh, that is exactly what they meant when they talked about agonal breathing.
So this is the first time you'd ever seen that labored breath?
Yeah.
And did you check him to see if he had a pulse before you moved him?
Yes.
Did he have a pulse?
Yes.
And then you moved him, and then was there additional aid that was then rendered on him?
Yeah.
What type of aid then was being done on him?
I didn't do so much of it, but by then, because enough people had come in, but they were starting to do CPR. I had the AED, I had one in my truck. They tried to hook that up.
You cannot put an AED on a man whose skin is copiously weeping because it burned off. You cannot do an electrical stimulation on a wet surface. Just, the more you know. The more you know. And welcome, Yvonne Mather. But in all likelihood, Todd would not have lasted even if they had gotten him, care immediately, with the extreme, internal injuries, along with, the 3rd-degree burns on most of his upper body. His body would have gone into shock. But the agonal breathing is sort of that labored, very, I can't explain it other than to say that when you hear it, but it is called like the death rattle, or the, kind of end of life sort of not quite functional breathing sound.
What's that?
An automatic defibrillator.
And that's to check the heart?
To shock the heart. Trying to put the pads on, and it was so the body between the pads wouldn't stick.
Was that because of the injuries?
Injection foundation and falling off of his speculate.
He's trying to adhere pads to his chest and saying they didn't stick, so I'm just asking why.
I guess I'll allow,
Injection, Your Honor.
I'll allow you to ask him if he knows why.
Okay. Do you know why the pads didn't stick?
There was a lot of odor of things, but and the body was burnt badly, so I don't know what
I'm not a doctorologist,
You said there was a lot of
maybe.
odor of things?
Fuel,
You could actually smell fuel?
it was yeah, kind of,
So you smell a smell of
a
fuel?
smell, an odor.
And
of
where did you smell that?
On or about the body in that area.
Did you know where it was coming from at that time?
No,
But you smelled that when you were rendering aid.
yeah,
Did Todd ever say anything to you?
no.
Did you continue to render the aid until the EMTs got there?
Yeah, that's when, like I said, once we moved him away, and that's when the incoming people were starting to, and so then I went to go be the fire, or, you know, not that one was more important, but start direct the fire aid, or to put the fire out.
So that's when you jumped into fire mode.
Yes,
When you went with your vehicle from, so did you just keep your vehicle then close to the body, or did you ever move your vehicle then?
yes, it would have been too hot where it was at as well, so I had to move it,
And had to move it away?
yeah.
Because I'm too sexy for my truck. Too sexy for my truck. Come on. Everyone knows that song. And we all did it in school until we got in trouble.
Did you find it difficult to travel on that grassy area?
When I got to the grass, I did have to put it in four-wheel drive, yes. It was kind of a greasy area.
What was the weather like at that time?
It seemed like it was rainy, sleety, kind of trying to spit some snow.
And then you moved into then fire mode after that?
Yeah.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon?
Just want to make sure we're clear on the weather conditions at the time. Your best recollection as you sit here 18 years later is that it was snowy and sleety.
Kind of a
Right.
sleety,
Fair enough. Do you remember the temperature?
no, I don't. It wasn't, I was wearing, I just came from hockey practice for my son.
I just asked you if you remember the temperature, sir.
Okay, I was wearing a sweater and no,
Okay, lawyer, stop being a dick. Like, I don't... Is this man taking testosterone supplements? Because he just starts off on douche mode. I mean, this man's not trying to be evasive in his questions. It's not like it's Congress and you only have 5 minutes. He is trying to explain to you that he didn't carry a thermometer around. I mean, the defense... For defense, you shouldn't be an a-hole, but, I mean, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it plays out for him. Go ahead, let's be an a-hole.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Yes or no, do you remember the temperature that day?
the exact temperature, no,
Okay.
I know what I was wearing to.
Would it help if I refresh your recollection with your report?
Sure.
May I approach on? And if I recall, in 1 second. Does this look familiar to you, sir?
Fire report, yeah.
Okay. That's something you fill out in the ordinary course of your business?
Yep.
When you report to a fire?
When we get back, yes.
That is your report, and
Yep.
you are trained to be accurate
Yeah.
in writing? Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit II.
Your Honor, we object that you can't admit those
Oh.
reports, is that right?
Let's go, Brandon. Well, I think that's a YouTube thing. I wish I could say that I thought of that, but you know, hey, if it works, it works.
It's all his firsthand information. There's no hearsay within hearsay. Okay. Sir, you're trained to write accurate reports, correct?
Yeah.
And in your report, am I correct, you say weather information, snow or sleet, like you just testified,
You get some choices, but yes.
and the wind speed is 10 miles an hour, correct?
Yep.
And the temperature is 32 degrees.
Yep.
Freezing, right? You know what freezing temperature is?
Yes, sorry. Yeah.
All right.
I'm confused. What does this have to do with the price of eggs in China? I mean, I feel like I have been transported into the Karen Reed case where we're going to spend 3 weeks trying to figure out what a blizzard is. I think I might have PTSD from that trial because all this weather talk is putting me in a dark place.
That would have been accurate because that's what you're trained to do.
Yep.
Let me just go through a couple of these dates and times here. On January 7, it says the alarm went off at 15:33, so 3:33 p.m.
Yep.
Then dispatch is at the same time,
Yes.
right? Then you were en route by 3:35
Yep.
and get to the scene 3:40.
Yep.
You don't know when the first call was made. Would that be fair?
No, I wouldn't.
That'd be fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So when you see Linda, you said she was on top of Todd, correct?
Correct.
You told her to get off, and she did get off, ultimately,
She did.
right?
Yes.
Right. She was hysterical, clearly.
Phrasing. Also, her hair continues to be hysterical. In fact, it is frightened to death. That's why it looks so bad.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you
And
all
you
for being
testified in
members
a
of the
prior
Church of
hearing. You were
Mo.
testifying several years ago in the hearing in this case.
Yes. Yes.
You said she was wailing and screaming and hysterical, right?
Yep.
She was acting as somebody would who just had her husband horribly burned in a house fire, as you would expect. Fair?
Yes.
Her reactions were nothing out of the norm, and I'm sure you've been in plenty of other horrible situations, you being a fire chief.
Yes.
Right? You said you noticed blood, and that kind of threw you off a little bit?
Yes.
When people get burned, blood vessels at some point burst, right?
But they're
Yeah,
cauterized.
You're not qualified to talk
I'm
about
not,
that.
I guess I wouldn't, I mean, I've seen other badly burnt bodies, and it was not what I had seen in those particular cases.
Clearly, not every burn injury is the same, right?
Yeah.
You have to answer.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, I want to talk to you about this idea of you smelling an odor of gasoline.
I don't know that it was, it just was an odor that, I've been in construction, my nose tells me when fire's about, I can smell hydraulic oils, I don't always identify what it is, but it just doesn't smell correct.
Okay.
Or
He has a nose for justice? Well, you know, canine dogs are out of a job. He has a nose for justice. And accelerants. It's quite helpful.
something out of the ordinary.
Something out of the ordinary, you certainly can't say it was gasoline, fair?
Fair.
Right. And when you got there, you weren't the first person, fair?
Fair.
Todd Stermer was practically naked, right?
Yes.
Todd Stermer, when you arrived, had clothes over his groin area, over his privates.
Yes.
Did Mr. Matheny tell you, did you learn from Mr. Matheny that he's the one who put clothes?
I did not.
All right. And you certainly don't know whether the clothes had gasoline or fuel or anything else. Right?
Yes.
So as you sit here today, you would have no evidence on your own to rule out the fact that Mike Matheny's clothes could have been the cause of the smell of gas. Fair?
No.
He never said gas, he said fuel.
He did say gasoline on direct, specifically.
Fuel on direct, Your Honor.
It's gas, because I agree with Ms. Ivey. My memory is he said he couldn't say it was gas, but you can ask him again.
As you sit here today, you can't rule out the fact that Mike Matheny's clothes could have possibly caused the fuel smell. Fair?
Couldn't identify how it got there, whether it was already on Todd, on Mike, or on Linda. I have
No.
no idea how it got there.
And as you sit here today, even though you're a fire chief, you don't know the cause of this fire, do you?
No.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
We'll have to see how he does in the McGruff, training. See if he can
I have
really
more
be.
questions for you. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Enjoy your retirement.
Ms. Ivey? Thank you. Is this yours? Okay. Do you want this back, Mr. Mueller? I think you gave
I'll
us
take
to
this
him.
back.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, so that's Wolf
Oh, we have
Mueller.
questions, I forgot. I usually do that with at least one witness in
and-
every trial.
For everyone watching, this is a case that's taking place in Michigan. Now, Michigan and Indiana, and I do believe a couple other places, do allow the jury to ask questions. So what will happen after the end of every witness, after the state and the defense have gotten through all of this, then she will, ask the jury if they have any questions. The jury will write them out. The lawyers will confab together to see if they're, they can ask this question lawful, law-wise. And then she'll read out the question, ask the witness, and she will ask the state and the defense if there were any additional questions they wanted to ask to expound upon that particular subject. So I will say some juries manage to ask really good questions, and some juries, the questions they ask are a little weird.
Thank you for, sir, I have a lot of questions, it looks like, so.
Yes, they were. That's Indiana, and we were also able to ask questions in the trial I did jury duty for. In fact, Indiana is the only state that lets jurors start deliberating as long as they all agree to it during the case. So while in other states the jury is always admonished that you may not speak about this case until you're ready to deliberate, Indiana allows juries to start deliberating, from the first witness. Basically, you can, if everyone agrees, you can talk about it. Now, this is Todd Stermer's mother. She does have hearing difficulties, so she is wearing an apparatus to help with that. Okay, come on.
Any questions, but, so just that's the parameters, is there questions for particular witnesses, okay? And I'm asking most of the questions that were presented. Some I'm not asking, I've determined under the law not to ask. Sir, what size, and what type and size of truck were you driving?
I was driving a four-wheel drive Dodge 1500 half-ton,
Okay.
regular cab, four-wheel drive.
Okay. Please clarify the time of your arrival at the Stermer residence and who was there already.
With the report, what time it was 13, or 15:40 with that report.
Is that what your report? Yeah, you can use your report if you need it, sir, to refresh your recollection.
I arrived at 15:40, so 3:40, so roughly 7 minutes after the initial call came in.
Okay. Where did you observe Todd bleeding from? Was it his mouth only, or were there additional wounds you observed?
It, like, on the head and the mouth, like in the teeth, I noticed, that's where I noticed it first, but it was on the head as well.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any oh, I have another one. Can you write it down? Ma'am, can you write it down? Oh, yeah, I have some I did not ask. Oh. Okay. Is it the same, so you already submitted it? You want me to just ask that again? I'll do it. Thank you.
Well, they have claimed that Todd lit himself on fire, too.
They would just lose on the scene.
Is that it? Okay. Oh, okay. So who was on scene when you arrived?
Todd and Linda and Mike Matheny.
Okay. Good. Any questions, attorneys? Did that answer that question? Thank you. Any questions?
Do you remember if Connie Calhoun was there?
I didn't see Connie, I mean, I didn't, Mike was the one standing right beside everything, waving, and so that's, if you were standing there going like this, my focus went to where Mike was, so I couldn't,
Were those the people around Todd?
Right, and so I didn't, she may have, may not have been, I don't know.
You just don't recall it?
I do not recall.
Thank you.
Mr. Mueller?
Do you recall that Dr. Masali, you know who he is? Rich Masali?
Yeah.
Do you recall him being there before you?
I did not.
You're not saying he wasn't, you just don't remember.
I do not remember him being there before. I remember Mike, Linda, and Todd.
And if Connie Calhoun, who was with Mike, was up by her truck calling 911, you were focused on the house.
Correct.
So you wouldn't have known, maybe not remembered her.
Right.
And you can't dispute if they say.
They were there first.
They were the two
yeah.
first ones.
Yes,
Sure.
you're correct.
Full-size Dodge 1500, what year?
2000,
All-wheel drive, you said?
four-wheel drive.
Four-wheel. I had no problem.
Why does that matter? I get that the defense is going with the Ford Econoline van from 1993. Either, I don't know how they're going to get over the hurdle of her running him over. They did use, for their opening statements, involuntary muscle spasms that accidentally put him in the line of the truck. And it was, the weather conditions being what they were at 3 p.m. in the evening or afternoon. She didn't see a man who was lit up like the, human torch and smoking, because it's only 32 degrees outside. So he would have been smoking, and ran him over forward and back a couple times. That being said, sir, if you give up lawyering, you have a great voice for narration for Smexy books. I'm just throwing it out there. If lawyering becomes too much, you have a great voice.
Problem in the terrain, being a four-wheel 1500,
No,
fair?
fair. Once I shifted it into four-wheel drive,
Thank you,
Would you have
Jedi
shift
Jest.
in the
I am
driveway?
not a
Yeah, just reach
carologist,
down and
so I don't quite
the lever.
understand.
On this trip, I'm talking about when you got to the house, you shifted in four-wheel?
once I got off the driveway,
Yeah.
yes. None of the other portion of the route did I have to, no.
As soon as you got off the main straight driveway, which ends right in front of the house, as soon as you got a little bit off the side is when you started to jump it into four-wheel?
Yes.
Got it, thank you.
Just one question. When did Dr. Musali arrive? Do you know, how long had you been there?
I noticed him, I know, and I didn't know he was Dr. Masali, but I noticed somebody else, about the time I was getting my medical bag out, and he appeared to know, well, he was a doctor, he appeared to know what he was, so.
And that was
yeah.
before you moved, Todd?
Yes,
I have no further questions, Sharon. Thank you.
Were you part of the group that actually physically moved Todd from close to the house to farther away?
yes, there was, like I mentioned earlier, it seemed like 3 to 4 of us pulled that sled or whatever it was, physically had a hand on it, yes.
Oh, just, give me 1 second. Today's testimony.
MLS, you're not the boss of him.
What your testimony was gonna
You're
be.
not his supervisor.
The subject matter. How long
Full
did you prepare?
Charlene voice.
I don't know, half hour, we talked about this, and, yeah.
About the subject matters you wanted to talk about, she
Your Honor, I'm
wanted,
just going to object to exceeding the scope at this point.
I got one more, all right. To go over what your testimony was going to be in the subject matter of your testimony, right?
Yeah,
Including what you may have smelled on the scene, fair?
talked about what I encountered that day, yes.
Including what you may have smelled from 18 years ago.
We talked about what I encountered that day.
Okay, thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Jury, any other questions of him? No questions? May he be excused from his subpoena, counsel?
Pardon me?
Excused
I
from,
would ask that you please be excused from subpoena.
thank you. Thank you, sir, you're excused. Thank you. Jury, if one of you needs a break, we'll take a 15-minute break, otherwise we can. And once you are settled in, I'll have you, first off,
He wore his manly t-shirt. Ladies, look at the moobs. He wanted you to.
off the microphone, if you could put that right up to your mouth so the jury can hear you, that moves at the stem.
Okay.
Thank you, and if you could tell us your full name and spell your last.
My name is Michael Clark Matheny, Matheny.
Thank you, Ms. Matheny.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Matheny, did you know Todd Stermer?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Was my neighbor.
How'd you know Linda Stermer?
She was my neighbor as well, and I sold hay to her.
Are they your direct neighbors?
Yes,
So your properties actually butt up to each other?
yes.
And can you tell me what happened on January 7th of 2007 on that afternoon?
Well, we were leaving our home, my girlfriend and I at that time, to go bowling. And as we left the house, walked onto our porch, I noticed a large fire at the Stermer residence. At the time, I didn't realize that it was their home. I just thought they had a big fire real close to the back of their home. So we get in our car, drive down the driveway, and we're down in a hole. We get up on top of the driveway, getting towards the road. I could tell that now it wasn't just a bonfire, that it was actually the house was on fire.
And so where were you living at that time?
Right next door to the Stermers.
What's the address? Do you know?
Okay, that was not me.
And you said you were with your girlfriend, Connie?
Yes,
At the time, did you guys live together?
yes, we did.
And would you have had to have driven past the Stermer home to go to, on your way to the bowling alley?
Yes.
And so as you were driving by and you realized that it was a fire, what did you do?
We pulled down that driveway to the Stermer home.
At that time, did you know it was more than a bonfire, or did you, or a fire outside? Did you think it was more?
No, I thought it was more. I could tell when I got most of the way down my driveway that it was the back of the house.
Down your driveway?
Down my driveway, so when we got onto the road, we could still see flames, and then we pulled down the driveway. We just knew it was a house fire.
So then you went into the Stermer driveway?
Yes.
And approximately, do you remember, is it a long driveway, short driveway?
It's a long driveway. I'm guessing 100 to 150 yards off the road.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
And what did you observe as you were driving in?
When we were driving in, we seen a van at the front of the house.
Thank you, JKD Buck.
So we see the van at the front of the house, and then the van made a maneuver back up to the north, and then it pulled back around to the back of the house, the west side of the house.
So I want to stop you. As you're driving towards the house, what direction is the van facing?
I believe the van was facing the south.
Which would be then towards the road, to the side?
It'd be the side. So facing south, and I'm coming down the driveway. The road is to the east of that home.
Okay, so you're driving down, the van is then facing to the south as you're driving down.
Yes.
And then what does the van do?
Backs up to the north, far enough to where it could get around the back, drive to the north side of the house, and then come into the west side of the house.
So you saw the van then drive off the driveway to the north?
Yes.
And did the van stop at any point, or did it just keep on driving around?
Backed up, maneuvered to go behind the house, and then it parked behind the house on the west side of the house.
Did you see who was driving the van?
Yes.
Who was driving the van?
Linda Stermer was.
Did you make eye contact with her?
I don't recall making eye contact with her at that point, no.
How close did you get to the van?
Not very close to the van. I probably got, at that point, I was 40 yards.
You were about 40 yards away?
I parked up on the top side of the house, ran around the back side. And
So when you continued then, the van had already gone to the back of the house and you parked at the top of the driveway?
yes,
And that would have been close to the front door?
yes.
And then what did you do once you parked there?
I ran around the back side of the house just to see who was in the van, and then to find out what was going on, and at that time I believe Linda had jumped out of the van already, and I was yelling to her, where's the kids? Where's Todd?
And did she respond to you?
Not at first, no.
What was she doing?
Just quite hysterical, yelling, just hands in the air. I don't know exactly, but very hysterical.
Hands in the air,
So
wave
did you
them
actually see
around
her
like
get
you
out
just
of the
don't
van?
care.
I can't recall her actually getting out of the van, but.
So when you
I'm
first
certain-
saw her, she was walking towards you from the van?
On the side of the van, possibly, we had some distance between us. So I can't recall exactly the distance between us. Don't recall exactly if I seen her step out of that van. But it was just the two of us there.
T-Rex Legos?
Nobody else was there at that time?
Nobody else was there.
So just you, Connie, and Linda?
Yes.
And as you were asking her, where's Todd, where's the kids, did she say anything?
No.
Were you able to then, was she able to then communicate to you at a point to tell you where Todd was?
At this, yes, finally, I was screaming, "Where's Todd? Where's the kids?" Then she says, "He's right there."
She said he's right there?
Yes.
And how far away was she pointing?
Once again, I'm not for certain, but she might have been 20 yards away at that point, you know.
And she's pointing 20 yards away?
Yes.
Insane.
Basically where I was, and then I looked and, I mean, he was right there. I just did not see him.
So he was close to you?
He was close to me, yeah.
How far? From you to me or farther?
Definitely, no, not, it was that close. Me to you or closer.
So let the record reflect approximately 15 to 20 feet?
18 feet-ish.
And so when you looked down and you didn't realize that was Todd?
Just never seen him. I was trying to get a grasp of the situation and try to figure out if no one, as hysterical as she was acting, I was trying to make sure there was nobody in that house. So I just did not see him. And then finally, "Where's Todd? Where's Todd? Where's..."
Wonder about that use of the word acting. I am trying to gauge as to whether the, witnesses that had a personal connection with Linda are looking at her, are giving her the stink eye. I don't know, but I am trying to see if maybe there are people with some axes to grind here. Now, I haven't noticed it much in these witnesses, but I will definitely pay attention to her sons. Now, the state is going to be calling her sons, and I don't know if there's some family drama behind that, but she did make sure to emphasize that her sons are going to be talking, and, they have some things to say.
Where's the kids? I think she, going back on my memory, I think I got out of her that the kids weren't there, but then I was still trying to find out where Todd was, and that's when she said he's right there.
And did you go over to where she was pointing?
Yes.
And did you see Todd?
Yes.
And what condition was he in?
Badly burned. Neck up was basically gone. I mean, it was in just a bad sight. Hands were badly burnt.
Was he clothed?
I didn't think he was clothed. I just seen a naked body.
What did you do once you saw that?
Ran up to my truck to tell my girlfriend. I don't know if I'd made a couple trips down, but I ran up to the truck. At one point, it was either the second time or that time to tell my girlfriend, call 911. I think I'd made a couple passes down, and then when I seen Todd burnt, I definitely ran up to the truck to get some articles of clothing. It was cold out, to cover him, get under him, just some kind of comfort.
Did you find some clothes in your car?
Yes.
What type of clothing were you able to grab?
Just work hoodies, thermal stuff. It wasn't pants, but like hoodies, warm weather stuff that someone would wear as outer clothing that worked outside. Don't know what all was there, but I had lots of hoodies and thermal sweatshirts and things like that. So I'm certain that was just a pile of that stuff I brought.
Why did you have all that in your car?
Because I worked outside, and in the mornings it was cold, so you wear that to work. As it gets warmer, you take it off, throw it in the truck, and next day you repeat the process. And
So you grabbed the items and you went back to Todd.
yes.
And what was Linda doing at that point?
At one point, she came over to Todd, and just was hugging him and, oh Todd, something to that effect, and still hysterical, but she was on his body.
So when you say on his body, what do you mean?
Just covering him. She was on his body on the ground with him.
Was she next to him? Was she on top of him?
I would call it she was on top of him.
Were they face to face?
Not face to face. I wouldn't say face to face. It was almost neck to
So
face.
that has been an allegation by one of the firefighters that I believe, or deputies that was first on scene. He alleged that she was covering his mouth when they were trying to render aid. So I do wonder if the state is pushing this as she was doing everything to try to shuffle him off this mortal coil, or if they're approaching it like she was hysterical.
Chest to face, I don't,
But she was in this upper area.
yes.
Did you see her trying to do CPR or mouth to mouth at that time?
No.
And then what did you do when you arrived back over to Todd? Did you cover him up with your clothing?
Yes, I'm sorry. I covered him, got some clothes under him, covered him with that same clothing, and that's about all I could do, I could think to do.
Was he face up or face down when you saw him?
I recall face up.
And nobody else had arrived at this point?
Not at that time, no.
So at the time you were covering him with the clothing, nobody else was there except for you and Linda and Connie?
Correct.
Did somebody eventually arrive?
Carolyn, I have not seen up to that yet. You will be just as shocked as I am because I am not quite sure. But I have heard that there are shenanigans tomorrow. So once we get done with this witness, we will be going straight into day 2. And we might not get all of day 2, but we're going to give a good chunk of it. A good honk of it, if you will. And thank you,
Yes.
Jem.
Do you recall who?
I don't remember if it was the fire chief or my neighbor, Mr. Mosali. I can't remember which one got there first, but at one point, they both came over to Todd.
And did anyone try to render aid at that point?
Not that I noticed they weren't rendering aid at that point, no.
Did you assist in trying to move Todd?
Yes.
What was that discussion?
I can't remember who suggested it, but the fire was quite intense. There was a fuel oil tank right beside where we were, there with Todd. And someone suggested we got to get him away from the side of the house. So I don't recall if it was myself and another person. I believe it was Mr. Mosali's son. We went behind the house looking for something to lay Todd on and then carry him away from the side of the house. And we found, I believe it was a kayak.
No, the dentist slash, he was a critical care RN before he became a dentist, but one of the neighbors came over and tried to render aid. He did advise the EMTs that the defibrillator was not going to work. Like they should not have needed to be told that, but he did attempt to do CPR to clear airway, things like that. So, and I think his name was Masali or Masala, but it's spelled very Greek way, so
Kayak or some kind of a little
Possibly.
boat back behind their house, and we grabbed it, brought it up to the top of where his body was.
So when you say a kayak, I'm picturing something that's kind of angled up, like that you actually paddle in the river. Was it like that?
It was just a small little craft, but I want to say it wasn't like a canoe. It was more like a kayak, I want to say. And there was a cutout area in it to where you could lay somebody, and I don't know if it was on a platform or not, where you could get on 4 corners and take it away or not, but that's what we came up with, and I think that's what it was.
And so then you assisted then in putting him on in that kayak or that transport?
I believe I did. There was, I think at that time, 4 of us, I believe, and yes, we got him in that craft and got him away from the house.
Do you know if he was breathing?
I wouldn't be able to say if he was breathing. I never seen the chest moving that I can recall.
Did he say anything?
No.
The items that you put on, you said they were work clothes?
Yes.
And where do you work?
A family business. It's Clark's Auto Parts. It's a salvage yard. what you would call a junkyard. We deal in car parts, used car parts, and scrap iron.
Well, of course, then you're going to smell fuel on that. I mean, if you're getting out, I don't know, the innards of a car and it's got all the fuel and stuff, I'm guessing you would smell like fuel too. I mean, the defense still has to sell me. MLS, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe they have the toboggan and they're just not showing it until they get to, kind of the, foundational witnesses. Maybe they have the actual toboggan. I don't know. But it doesn't stretch the imagination beyond incredulity that this man is going to have, solvents, chemical, fuels, all kinds of things that would smell. That being said, this situation is very hinky. So the defense is really going to have to, show that the state is taking all of these disparate things and trying to make a theory versus having all of the evidence and letting that tell a story. I don't know how they're going to do that.
Are you a behind the desk kind of a guy, or are you out in the field kind of a guy?
I'm a desk guy now, but then I was a field guy.
And you said that a lot of times you had those clothes on and it would get hot and you'd throw them in the back.
Yeah, yes.
When you were driving to go bowling, I mean, do those clothes stink?
No, I don't think they did. I didn't smell them.
So they didn't smell?
You're nose blind to it. You're nose blind. So here's the problem is if he is used to those smells, it's not going to bother him when he gets in there. Now, his girlfriend might notice it, but he's not going to notice because these smells are ubiquitous around his life and his body's just kind of begun to ignore them. And welcome, Jennifer Swift. Well, now, Dolly, when you say it like that, it sounds stupid. But this guy was putting work clothes covered in oil and gas on a smoking body. Now, when you say it like that, it sounds stupid. But yes.
Smell anything in a car?
No,
And when you put them on, Todd, would you have put them on, Todd, if you could smell anything on them?
no.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
We are now here in late March of 2025. This fire happened 2007, 18 years ago. You're testifying, you're trying to give us your best memory, right?
Yes, sir, yep.
All right. But you would agree, you probably had a better memory back in 2007 or 2010?
Yes.
You said you drove up, first of all, you saw the smoke, and then you realized, actually, as you were starting to come down your driveway, there was a fire. It's not a bonfire or something like that. There's a
That's
house
right.
fire.
Yes. When I
Right.
was still in my driveway, I noticed the house was on fire, yes.
Yeah. What kind of vehicle did you have?
I had an F-150 extended cab.
Like an all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive?
Yes.
You come up to the driveway, and I'm not real sure how,
So from what I'm gathering, it was an oil furnace, and then what the defense states is that not only was there the oil furnace, but it had to have been bled. I guess there's annual maintenance, and there were towels soaked in fuel, according to the defense, that were around the house. And Todd was in a room with a fireplace, lit candles, and kerosene lamps. Now, that sounds incredibly unsafe to me, but that's what the defense is going with. Oh, good to know, JW. Always bring tally. Ooh, we're bringing out the giant post-it note easel in the mega Sharpie. Do I need the whiteboard of truth so I can
Yes.
contend?
So if I make sure I'm right, we've been looking at
No, you don't.
the north being this way, okay?
Mr.
Yes.
Wolf, I can
You are
copy.
here, right?
Yes.
And then Stermer's are here,
Yes.
and then Dr. Masala is here.
Yes.
So you come from your driveway, and you're about, I think, 400 some yards, your property. You own a lot of property, right? Like, a lot of acres,
That piece on that side of the road's 40 acres.
okay? So you come down your driveway, and then you come up to Stermer's house, right?
Yes.
Did you need a whole page for that? Seriously? Wasting paper? Like we don't have a damn, we're not going to turn into Tatooine per Greta Thunberg? Over here making a whole nother page after he done just used. Only a little bit of that paper. Ooh, somebody went to Kinko's.
Have you ever been to the Stermer's house?
I've never been in it. I've been in their driveway, I think, before delivering hay, but never inside.
You know it had like a bay window area in the back?
It was a walkout, but I don't know how it was configured
If I
back
just show
there.
you, this is, and I'm just gonna show you for the record, this is Scott Leroy's picture of exhibit B.9. It's an aerial after the fire, but I will represent to you, it's been told to us that north is this way, to the right.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
All right?
Can I see that
I
again?
do not know.
Were you just, yes, north is that way, yes.
Pardon?
Is this an exhibit admitted?
B.9, I'm gonna move for the
Mi-
exhibit.
Okay, okay.
Unless council wants to stipulate right now, but look, Scott Leroy. Yeah.
Do you want to admit it?
We're going to, Your Honor, just for the record, we're going to put the same exhibit in digital format later on during Mr. Leroy's testimony, so I don't know if we want to duplicate.
I'll just move for, for the admission of B9 at this point.
Okay. So
Thank you.
we can go, I'll admit it as defense exhibit B9.
If I show you this, you came up the driveway, right?
Yes.
Which would be from the bottom, from the east,
From the east, yes.
saying east to west. And ultimately, you saw Linda's vehicle in the back, correct? In the
Correct.
back.
Yes.
But first, you saw her backing up from the northeast end of the house,
About where your marker was, right?
All right.
To some degree, yes.
and kind of here at the bottom, right?
Yes.
She was sideways to you, she wasn't head on.
From my memory, I believe she was sideways, seeing me coming down the drive,
Heading backwards?
and then back towards the north to get room between, because there was a little side, it wasn't really a driveway, but they were kind of using it as a driveway to get behind the house.
Right, there's no formal driveway,
Nothing formal.
just kind of a path where people have driven. Fair?
Whatever, fair, yes.
All right. And not even a true.
That's
true
the
track,
house after the
because it's
fire.
grassy.
There was grass there, so like I said, I hadn't been there, other than deliver hay, so I don't know, I just know there was grass there, so.
Okay. So you see her, and you park out front, right?
Hey, hey.
Yes,
You see Linda driving back toward the back, right?
yes,
It's a high-stress situation for you even though, right?
yes,
All right. So you run toward the back, am I right?
yes,
And you actually ran past Todd Stermer once,
yes.
did not see him.
Did not see him.
Then, you have testified before, you came back to the car to tell Connie, call 911. Right?
Yes, that was my test, I couldn't remember which time I told her to call 911, but yes,
And on that time, you ran by him, you didn't see him again.
correct,
He's laying on the ground.
yes,
Then, after you're done telling Connie, call 911, you run back to Linda.
yes,
You didn't see him then.
correct,
So 3 times you did not see Todd Stermer as he was on the ground. Fair?
That's fair.
And we'll get to what you talked, how you found out about Todd Thurman in a second. What I want to do, though, Your Honor, is play that 911 call. You told Connie to call 911, right?
Yes.
You know she did call 911.
She said she did.
Well, do you remember being on the phone for a second with 911?
Me personally?
Yes.
I don't remember. No.
Okay, if you heard your voice, you'd know it.
Yes.
And if you heard her voice,
Denise Sell has a Michigan-based question for MLS Law. On the first day, they were talking about a Michigan walkout. Is this a term only used in Michigan, or can it be used in other places? Just asking for a friend. I don't know. I've never heard it called a Michigan walkout. I've heard it called a walkout basement, but maybe Michiganders started it? I don't know.
you would know her voice.
Yes.
Right.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point just for hearsay. I mean, he can play his voice, but I mean, honestly, at this point, he doesn't even remember being on the phone with 911.
This is the classic situation of one, unexcited utterance, and two, a present sense suppression. So it's not. And it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, so it's not even hearsay.
Why is it offered?
Because it's offered to show the sense of the trauma and excitement in the scene, which is why we have an excited utterance at the word hearsay. But it's not offered for the truth of actually what's being stated in this conversation.
Yeah, so I know that the defense already played it to again show the keening wail, or illustrate the keening wail that Linda had. Now, as a person who has heard those sort of inhuman keening wails, I can tell you that those are really, really hard to fake. Having listened to the 911 call, I don't think they're faked, but I do think that two things can be true at once. You know, if this was a total accident, she could be hysterical. But if this was something that she had planned and thought that he would die of smoke inhalation or just lay down in bed and basically he would just pass away and she wouldn't have to see the results of her actions, she could also be, you know, hysterical because it's a different thing to see the reality of maybe what you've been planning, because fire injuries are not pretty. They're not great. So yes, I think that her emotions were true. I do think that two things are possible, you know, as a result from that. And I'm hoping that the state or the defense will be able to, you know, persuade me into which one was more likely.
It's not a present sense impression.
Pardon?
It's not a present sense impression.
No, I'm more, I think maybe an excited utterance.
Literally excited utterance.
But again, he doesn't even remember the phone call. He doesn't remember if it's even his voice on the phone.
Well, we could send the jury out and have him hear it.
That's fine.
Jury, I'm going to send you out briefly.
Well, I get where the defense is going with this, and I like defense attorneys being very, very aggressive and zealous, but I don't know, this man just rubs me the wrong way. His attorney, the way he is needlessly aggressive to people who are just trying to answer. I get that he's cross and he just wants yes or no, but he's very short, and I don't know how the jury's going to interpret that. I think that some lawyers forget that jury members are taking in not only, you know, their client's behavior, but also their behavior. And I can tell you that Anakin, he was beyond Harvey Dent. And speaking of excited utterance, the female attorney for the state kind of looks like her. I still think that she looks like the baby nun from Sister Act, you know, before she married Jesus and such, but that being said, oh, I did not know there was a fake lawyer. Is Sarah Boone working for the defense?
It's the house right before it.
Okay.
There's people here.
You know if anybody lives there?
I do, yes, they live here.
Is anybody inside you?
I don't know. I see people right now. I don't know if anyone's inside.
670.
It is flaming.
Is it not north or south of you?
It's, oh my God. It's
Is it more
north of
towards?
me.
It's
Yeah,
north
it's
of
right before my house. It's right before, so it would be the number before me.
Okay, we'll have the fire department on the way. What's your name, please?
My name is Connie Calhoun. It's Linda Stermer's house.
Linda Stermer?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
You heard the woman on the phone, or on the 911 call,
Yes.
recognize the voice?
Yes.
That's Connie Stermer? Connie Calhoun?
Yes.
And you lived with her
Yes.
several years?
Yes.
Recognize her voice?
I do.
Is that her voice? Do you recognize that?
That's her voice, yes.
Do you recognize that as your voice? On there?
I didn't
Oh,
hear my voice.
Oh, his voice isn't on there yet? Okay.
3:31 p.m., 7 seconds, January 7, 2007.
911 emergency.
There's a fire. There's a house on fire.
A house on
Right,
fire?
they live here.
Is anybody inside you?
I don't know. I see people right now. I don't know if anyone's inside.
670.
It is blazing.
Is it north or south of you?
It's, oh my God. It's
Is it more
north of
towards?
me.
It's
Yeah,
north?
it's right before my house. It's right before, so it would be the number before me.
Okay, we'll have the fire department on the way. What's your name, please?
My name is Connie Calhoun. It's Linda Stermer's house.
Linda Stermer?
Yes, oh my
Okay.
God, she's outside. I don't know if people,
They know?
she's outside, but she's screaming something to my boyfriend.
Okay. Can you see what she's screaming?
I don't know. No, I'm trying to get near the house. Like, I don't know if someone's there. She's freaking out.
Inside or not?
Oh my God. Please don't tell me someone's in there.
Are you able to go outside with your cell phone and see if...
Yes.
We just want to know if anybody's inside or not.
Is there anybody inside? Is there? Oh my God! Yes!
There's someone inside? Yeah? Okay, calm down. We got the fire department on the way there, okay?
Okay, I have a question for 911
Someone's inside.
dispatchers. And anyone, really, in real life, in high-stress situations, has someone telling you to calm down ever actually effing worked? I mean, it never has for me. You know, I'm sure Mr. Mo wishes it would. But, well, so great success. This is actually not the defendant speaking right now. The defendant is not the one who made the call. It was her neighbors. So there are certain tricks you can ask, you know, very logical based questions, things that require you to concentrate on numbers or different things. But, you know.
Your husband outside with ma'am. Yeah, I need you to calm down so you can help me, okay? Okay, just calm down so you can help me. Do you know how many people are inside? She says someone's inside. Okay. Is that Linda in the background?
Yes.
Okay. Where's your husband at? Okay. Can I talk to him?
Yes. She knows I'm her husband. It's okay, Dad.
What's your husband's name?
His name is Dad.
What's your husband's name?
My name is Mike. I can't talk to him. He's very avoidant. He's trying to calm our
Is your husband inside her house?
No, he's outside on fire.
Okay. Can I talk to your husband, please? Connie? Connie?
And for those of you who haven't or just got in on this, this is Todd's mom. So she has already sort of testified. She did testify that she'd loaned them a good chunk of money. Think about $20,000 to get caught up on, you know, house development or mortgage payments. I'm not quite sure. That is not a police siren. That is Linda wailing. So, and that particular kind of cry is called a keening wail. It's a very particular sound, and if you've heard it, if you've been around when someone's actually doing this right next to you, it will rip apart your soul. Now, the mother said that she wasn't privy to any sort of marital issues or things like that. Now, it is known that Linda was either carrying on a situationship or full-on cheating during the time of this fire. Now, it also turns out that they were not current on their life or their house insurance, but in a twist that I have never heard ever in the history of any kind of insurance, if Linda would go down to the courthouse and pay the arrears in her, you know, home policy, they would consider her covered during the time of the fire. Now, I have never in my life heard of an insurance company doing this. So he did escape. So the the fire started in either the mid-level or upper loft level of this tri-level. And Todd did manage to get out of the home. Now, I think he was trying to maybe do stop, drop, and roll. And then Linda claims that she got the fire out for him, put him up against the home or somewhere else, and went to get the van to go render aid or give him help. But somehow Todd managed to be right in the area that she was driving through. And she sort of ran him over like a speed bump a couple times. This is the story the defense and the state has to work with. Now, Linda was convicted in 2010 and managed to get a retrial because of ineffective, assistance of counsel and several other things. I think MLS sent me something. I need to look at it. This has been the last little bit of spring break. So honestly, just making sure we have laundry for the rest of this coming week has been a feat and a half in and of itself.
Okay, can you give the phone to your husband so I can talk to him?
Hello?
Sir?
Yeah.
Okay, is anybody still in the house?
No one's in the house as far as I know.
No one is in the house?
The man is...
Hello?
Voice 102 is signed 1534. Get yellow structure.
Sir, the male voice that was on that tape, was that you?
Sounded like me.
Connie Calhoun, you recognize her voice. You haven't been to any other fires at the Stermer house, have you?
No.
All right, especially on January 6, 2007?
Correct.
Okay, sir, Mr. Wolf, now as the conductress of the Petty Express, I am a fan of sarcasm, but I am not a fan of dickasms. And you, my sir, are using sarcasm for evil. You don't have to be a dick to this guy. As sarcastic people, we tend to, match energies. And this guy has given you no sass, so you need to tone it the hell down, sir. Because as a juror, this would annoy the ever-living snot out of me.
That would have been your voice when she handed you the phone because 911 wanted to talk to her husband, you.
Yes.
Your Honor, the foundation is laid. It's not even offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It doesn't matter what is being asserted.
Anything else, Ms. Ziderby?
I object, Your Honor. These are statements made in response to questioning. They are not excited utterances. So when they're being reflective answers to responses to questions, it's taken out of the excited utterance phase of somebody saying, oh, there's a fire. You have hearsay upon hearsay. You don't have the original dispatcher here or anybody to authenticate that tape. There's a plethora of problems here, Your Honor. I mean, he may recognize his voice, but these are not excited utterances when they're in response to questioning.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your
You
Honor.
tell him, EU.
Counsel, I'm going to overrule the objection. First off, I find this is not hearsay. He's not trying to prove that there was a fire in the house through this 911 call. He's not trying to prove whether Todd Stermer was in the house or not. He's trying to, I believe he indicated, show the excitement of the situation. Even if it were offered for the truth of the matter asserted, I conclude that it comes under the excited utterance exception to the hearsay rule. It arises out of a startling occasion. It must be made before there has been time to contrive and misrepresent. I find that to be the case here. And it must relate to the circumstances of the startling occasion. So I find that all of those apply in this case. And I don't think because they're responding to questions that it takes it out of that. So I'll overrule the objection and allow the 911. Bring in the jury, please.
So I will say that the judge handled that, I think, in a good way. I would not have liked the Rock attorney, discount Timu Rock. I would not, have dealt with his tonal issues as well. He also tends to cut people off. He is probably the type of personality that you need to be a defense attorney, basically doesn't take no for an answer, just pushes his stuff out there and is aggressive. I think you can do it with more finesse. I don't think you have to be a total dick to everyone.
Sir, you
but
told
that's
your
just me.
then girlfriend, Connie Calhoun, call 911, and she did, right?
Yes.
Right. Play.
Are you moving to admit that before you play it?
I'm going to move
And
the
I'm
admission
so
of
sorry,
exhibit
Tammy. I hope you have a
HH.
better day.
Your Honor,
You guys honestly help me. There are a line of storm systems coming through, and it is just not a good day. So you guys help me, I help you. It's the circle of life. And as a tribute to my youngest, most feral, Savinia. Because no matter where we are, somehow this boy will pull that out. The beginning of The Lion King, when I think they're speaking Swahili, and just out of nowhere, apropos of nothing, in the dairy, section of Walmart, Savinia. And it's like, good God, could you stop? And thank you so much. I am the princess. Well, I don't know. I mean, he's attractive and he has a great voice. Not gonna lie. That's a deep baritone that I could listen to a lot of Smixy books from. That being said, I think he is married, so, ladies, he's taken.
Actual, like a flash drive or something that's going to be provided for the jury to have in the scene exhibit?
Absolutely will.
You said yes, correct?
Yes.
Well, Dolly, I could either pick Arizona or Dollywood. So, and I know this is going to shock you, but between Arizona and Dollywood, the one that I picked was Dollywood, simply because Arizona, we're looking more in the New Mexico area now, I think. I don't know. Look, I don't want to move to Arizona, so that being said, while I am, considering it, and letting Mr. Mo plan trips for me out there, I'm still not happy about it. Although, to be fair, I could probably, in Arizona, make my own introvert compound. But it's really hot there in the summer, you guys. Like, trash cans melt onto the street. I mean, if that's not a sign that God hates this part of the country, I don't know what is. All of you people in Arizona, just get out. Get out. God and summer and the weather are trying to tell you this. Get out of there. That being said, it is on my goal to make an Arizona trip sometime this year to try to get used to the climate out there and see what it's... Not for the Lori trial. I can't make it, but it was a thought. I'm hoping that I'll be able to go sometime in fall and see maybe how it is in the cooler months. Because right now, I'm still not being sold on Arizona.
You can, so admitted.
3:31 p.m.
Sal
7
seems to have
seconds,
resisted.
January 7, 2007.
911 emergency.
There's a fire. There's a house on fire.
A house on fire where?
County Road 250, 67030. My address is the house right before it. I don't know what.
03025.
It's my address. It's the house right before it.
Okay.
There's people here.
You know if anybody lives there?
I do. Yes, they live here.
Is anybody inside you?
I don't know. I see people right now. I don't know if anyone's inside.
67030.
It is flaming.
Is it not north or south of you?
It is. Oh my God. It's
Is it
north
more
of me.
towards-
Yeah, it's right before my house. It's right before. So it would be the number before me.
Okay, we'll have the fire department on the way. What's your name, please?
My name is Connie Calhoun. It's Linda Stermer's house.
Linda Stermer?
Yes. Oh my
Okay.
God. She's outside. I don't know if people's in it. Oh my God.
She is outside now?
She's outside, but she's screaming something to my boyfriend.
Okay. Can you see what she's screaming?
I don't know.
Well, okay, Spinster, I have another problem, and I think I would be stuck inside all day. I sunburn in the fall. I think it's too close to the equator. I'm going to be a lobster. I'm going to match my hair color. I don't know, you guys. I always imagined that I would retire in, some forested cabin mountain area, and I'd have a little cabin that looked kind of like a hobbit hole. And, I just have a giant reading room with a nook and, a fireplace so I could just read and look at nature. But Arizona was never a part of that.
No, I'm trying to get here in the house. Like, I don't know if there she is. Yeah, she's freaking out.
Outside or not?
Oh my God. Please don't tell me someone is here.
Are you able to go outside with your cell phone and see if...
Yes.
We just want to know if anybody's inside or not.
Is there anybody inside? Is there? Oh my God! Yes!
There's someone inside?
Yes!
ma'am. Okay, calm down. We got the fire department on the way there, okay?
I am wondering if they could have had different clips of this 911 call, so when they're asking him questions, they can just use the portion that's mostly his, so we don't have to go through the complete thing every time. Now, I don't know if the state would then argue for lack of completeness, but, you know, it does seem a little repetitive to play and emotionally draining to replay the clip every time, unless the defense really wants to hammer home how incredibly traumatic and, you know, chaotic this particular scene was. So I can see both sides of it, but I also see the toll that it's taking not only on Linda, but on the mother. And in my opinion, I would have had a smaller clip.
Okay. Someone's inside. Your husband outside with ma'am. Yeah, I need you to calm down so you can help me, okay? Okay, just calm down so you can help me. Do you know how many people are inside? She said someone's inside. Is that Linda in the background?
Yes.
Okay. Where's your husband at? Okay. Can I talk to him?
Yes. She knows I'm her husband. It's okay, Dad.
What's your husband's name?
His name is Todd.
What's your husband's name?
My name is Mike. He's out there. He's trying to call him on our phone.
Is your husband inside her house?
No, he's outside on fire.
Okay. Can I talk to your husband, please? Connie? 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 Okay, can you give the phone to your husband so I can talk to him?
Hello?
Sir?
Yeah.
Okay, is anybody still in the house?
No one's in the house as far as I know.
No one is in the house?
But the man is...
Hello?
Sir, does that adequately capture the chaos?
Yes.
And that's what you observed in Linda Stermer as you were on the scene, fair?
Fair, yes.
And when you ran back and forth, the third time you ran to talk to Linda Stermer, you asked her, yelling at her, where are your kids? She couldn't even answer you, right?
Yes.
And then finally, you and she started looking around. Where's Todd? Where's Todd? You weren't getting an answer, right?
Correct.
And then she pointed, there he is, right?
To my record, yes.
You then went back to your truck, right?
Yes.
And got clothes, you said, from, you have, what'd you say you had, F-150?
Yes.
Was it from the bed of the truck or it's one of those with the two doors?
It's an extended cab. I got it on the back seat.
Okay. You work, and you and I have talked before, right?
Yes.
I think you call it just an old school junkyard,
At that time, yes.
scrapyard in
Yes.
2007. And you were a hands-on guy, right?
Yes.
And you deal in vehicles where you got to take them apart, strip them, right?
Yes.
So you have gasoline and fuel on your clothes, just kind of as the course of your work. It's what you do.
It's possible, yes.
All right. So you got clothes, and because obviously Todd, we've heard, is naked from the waist down, to cover him up for privacy or whatever, you put several pieces of clothing on him, right?
Yes.
I think you said a couple hoodies, remember a flannel jacket?
Don't know exactly what it looked like, but that's something that I would have, yes.
I'll show you your recollection. Piece of clothes, red flannel jacket.
It looks like something that I would wear to work, yes.
If I tell you, and we'll talk about this later with other witnesses, if I tell you this is an item of clothing, that red flannel jacket, that they took off of Todd Stermer after the fire, you wouldn't have any reason to disagree, that's what you put on.
Correct.
All right. Now, you folks, we've heard from Dr. Masali before you. Dr. Masali said his son, and you said his son and you found this dinghy-type boat, right?
Yes.
Kayak, you said?
Something, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something watercraft.
Okay, some kind of watercraft, but it was about 7 or 8 feet long. Recall you told me that?
I don't know the exact length of what it was.
Roughly.
Roughly, yes.
7 or 8 feet long. And you dragged it, you found that actually on the other side of the house, right?
I believe we found it on the west side of the house.
Toward the back here, you said?
Right, about near that shed right there.
All right,
Somewhere
there.
in that area is where it was.
All right. In the upper left corner of this photograph, that we said was B9, there's a shed.
Yes.
And somewhere in this area, you don't remember where you found this boat.
Yes.
And you had to drag it all the way over to where Todd was.
Yes.
Was kind of in this northwest corner by the drive, that little grassy area, right?
I was thinking it was northeast.
Oh, that's right, that's right. Let me back up. There was a green fuel tank that's
Yes.
on the north side of the house, right, pretty much in the middle of the house.
Correct.
And Todd was closer to that.
Yes, I would say.
When you first arrived and saw him, right?
Yes.
All right.
Ooh,
So-
we're going back to Pictionary. Ooh, which one do we got?
Picture we just, not the scale drawing, my crappy little drawing. You found him somewhere here, you put him in a boat, this is from Dr. Masali, and you took him more to the side of the road.
Yes.
Side of the big drive, right?
Yes.
All right. But you had put your clothes on him before he went in the boat.
Correct.
And as you sit here, you did not notice an odor of gasoline or any other petroleum product emanating from Todd Stermer before you put his clothes on him, fair?
I did not.
All right. If you would have noticed a strong odor of gasoline, fuel, whatever, you would remember that, right?
I would think so.
Yeah. You would have noticed it because here's a man who was on fire, the house fire. Why do we smell gasoline on him? Fair?
Fair.
Yeah.
I will say I like this of having a list of people who didn't, smell an odor of gas. Now, the deputy, obviously the fire chief wouldn't go on there, but of these lay witnesses, making a list of the people who didn't smell odor of gas or that kind of thing gives that reasonable doubt. Well, we have a couple people saying they couldn't smell it. So it is, interesting. And I like it. That's the way I would take notes. So it does make it simplified. Having the little picture guys, I think, is a good idea. So I do like this introduction of the kind of note board kind of thing.
Let me show you if I can
Thank you.
show you something,
And good morning, DC.
see if I can refresh your memory. I'll show you an affidavit you had signed back on February 2, 2021. You see that? Bottom left?
Yes.
And that's affidavit of Michael Matheny. That's your signature?
Yes.
On paragraph 3, when I got to Todd Stermer, there was no odor of gasoline or any other petroleum product emanating from his body or clothes. If there had been, I would have noticed it. Did I read that right?
Yes.
That jogged your memory that if you had actually smelled gasoline or some kind of fuel, you would have noticed it.
Yes.
Ooh, you got Judith Light's glasses.
I'll take that back from you. As you sit here 18 years later, do you think that when you first laid eyes on Todd Stermer after Linda and you were looking for him and she pointed him out, that you think he was on his back?
Yes.
Are you certain about that, or are you just 18 years later, best memory I can give you?
No, I'm certain about that. He was on his back.
Okay. You don't know how he got on his back, right?
No.
Am I right? You do not know how he got on his back. Would that be right?
That would be correct.
Thank you. Do you remember what she was wearing, Linda Stermer?
No,
And do you remember whether she was wearing, that she didn't have any shoes on?
I don't recall.
One way or another?
One way or other, I don't remember what she was wearing.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
It will be interesting to see what the jury questions are. I get it. My light bulb just went off on the top of my head. Rude defense attorney is acting like a bully because he wants the witnesses to agree with his narrative. I don't know. He might just be a person that is very assertive. You know, he hasn't been as sarcastic and dickish with this particular witness. I did notice his sarcasm and sort of bully dickish behavior with the fire chief. So maybe he's saving that for the more, authority figures in the case. But I would say it would also be incredibly hard to smell anything over the smell of the house burning, all of the things in there, the smell of Todd. Well, yeah. So they are doing a good thing of, showing where there might be reasonable doubt.
You were interviewed by police officers on the scene, right?
Yes,
And then you were interviewed by an insurance investigator. You remember that? A couple days later, within a week or so?
I don't remember that.
Do you recall the guy's name, James Shinsky?
I don't.
Right. If he has a record from just a week after the fire that you said you didn't notice any odors, any reason to disagree with that?
Yeah, if I signed something,
It would be consistent with what you just testified to us now.
right, but I don't remember that conversation.
He has no memory of talking, he has no memory of what he said.
One, this is cross-examined. I can ask him, if you said this, and he's got it in a report, you have no reason to disagree with it.
I'll sustain that objection.
All right. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Seiderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Yeah, all right. So when we listen to that tape, it sounds like it's a lot more than just chaotic.
Yeah, I never heard that before, yeah. Yes.
It actually even brought out emotion in you listening to it. So not only were you chaotic, Connie was chaotic, people were running around and screaming,
Yes.
including Connie. You were panicked,
Yes.
still even traumatizing to this day.
Yes.
So you were not in a good frame of mind.
Not at that time.
So I want to clarify one of the questions that Attorney Mueller asked you. He said that you and Linda were looking around the property saying, "Where's Todd? Where's Todd?" But that's not how I remembered your direct.
And that's not how I remember it, no.
So I believe you testified that she walked up to you, or she was walking towards you from the van, is that correct?
There was some distance between us. She wasn't in the van. I'm still asking her, where's Todd? And at some point, I don't exactly remember how long or if she told me the kids weren't there, but at one point, there was still distance between us. She said right there.
So you weren't looking for him?
I wasn't looking for him, no.
She just pointed to him,
Yes.
so she knew where he was.
Objection. Formal question. Call for him to speculate. You knew where he was in the mind of another person? Really?
But if you can rephrase it.
So she said to you what?
He's right there.
And she was pointing directly at him?
I don't remember the pointing, but she just said he's right there, and there he was.
And again, you were not in the best frame of mind.
Correct.
I mean, what's
So
good
did you
for the
smell
defense
the
is
burning
also
fire
good for the
when
state.
you-
His memories are going to be affected by the trauma of the scene too. So it is, fair of the state to bring up that everyone is going to be traumatized, that Linda doesn't own all of the currency of trauma from this incident. So I get why the state is doing it, but it's also good for the jurors to remember that, yes, while Linda, is the current defendant, there were ripples and effects of this case and this incident that go on for years and years. I'm sure this man has to deal with flashbacks of this, probably when he hears a police siren because of that frequency, it might push him back into that memory. And, again, burn victims are not easy to look at. It looks incredibly painful. It is, scarring. So I'm sure he still has nightmares.
You were on scene?
Yeah, Little Town, that's the part I'm really going to have issues
What I was
with.
smelling, but
Oh my Bob,
remember
what
what
have
I
I
was
been
smelling.
doing? I
It
have
was
a
a
giant
fire.
whiteboard.
Do you remember smelling burnt flesh?
no,
Do you remember smelling burnt hair?
no,
Do you remember smelling the mud as you were kneeling over Todd?
no.
Did you write that affidavit that Mr. Mueller just read from? Did you write that out for him?
My signature was on it, but it was typed out.
Did you type it out?
No,
So you did not type those statements?
Smells earthy.
no.
Sometimes it can smell
And
metallic.
you know from being at your profession, you know what oil, fuel oil, those types of things smell like, correct?
Correct.
And when you were in a better state of mind, thinking you were going bowling in your vehicle, did you smell anything in your vehicle at that time?
No,
If you would have had clothes that smelled of work, would you have taken them out of your vehicle?
gasoline I would have, yes.
At any time were you down by Todd's feet?
Not that I recall.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, please. Sir, you know what an affidavit is, right? It's a
Sworn statement.
It's a sworn statement where you swear to tell
Sure.
the truth.
Yes,
And you read it and understood it, 'cause you can read and write, right?
correct.
And you agreed with it, otherwise you wouldn't have signed it.
It is Michigan.
Correct.
Now, as to this question about gasoline or the clothing in your truck, you have never experienced putting clothing with gasoline on it, embedded in it just from your work, on some kind of hot surface or hot body, right? Never did that before.
No,
So you don't know what would have transferred from your clothes to any clothes on Todd Stermer, right?
no, I don't.
I mean, it makes sense,
Oh.
but
Linda was out of her van when you were coming toward her, I think, did you say 40 yards away?
I would think 40, I mean, that's ballpark.
he
give or
said
take.
40 to 50
I just want to make sure
yards.
we're clear. When she pointed out, there's Todd, how far were you from her?
20 yards, 25 yards at that point.
Okay.
She had made up the distance from the van to me at that point.
I just want to be clear, she wasn't just stepping out of her van going, there's Todd.
No.
She previously knew where Todd was. It was, she's the distance from you, you're 20-some yards away, and she points, there's Todd,
Yes,
like a discovery. True?
she said, there's Todd.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, thank you.
No, Your Honor.
Well, you cleared that up,
Him?
sir.
No question? Oh, I've got one hand going up. Stermer residence? Questions from the jury, okay. Sir, what time did you arrive at the Stermer residence?
From some testimony that I gave, we leave our house at 3:30 to go bowling. It's in Paw Paw, so it would have been, 3:30 to 3:45.
Okay. How long were you on the scene?
Till late into the evening. I don't remember how exactly long, but quite a few hours.
Did fire trucks arrive with sirens at the time of the recorded call to 911?
At one point they did. I don't remember when they showed up exactly, but there was definitely fire trucks on scene.
Okay. At the time of the 911 call, or?
At the 911 call, there was just Connie, Linda, and I.
Did you follow the same route behind the house as Linda Stermer when you arrived?
No, I kept parked on the top side of the house, the east side of the house.
Were the clothes well saturated and/or soiled that you placed on Todd?
No.
Yeah, I may have asked you this one already, but let me know if I did.
Were they polyester or cotton? Polyester is going to melt on a burn victim. So unless, which again, he's just trying to give this man comfort, dignity. You know, it is cold outside. This man is naked, you know. So I definitely understand that he probably wasn't thinking of that, but polyester is bad on burn victims. It's basically plastic. It melts. Cotton will burn, but it's not going to melt into your burns.
If Linda said he's right there as you were walking up to her, was it on your first initial trip around the house?
No, it wasn't.
Can I get that question asked again?
If Linda said he's right there as you were walking up to her, was it on your first initial trip around the house?
It was not.
Okay. Thank you. Counsel, any questions briefly in light of those questions and answers?
Just a few. If the 911 call was 3:31, which we've heard, you with me?
Yes.
3:31 in the afternoon. You had been on the scene for at least a few minutes. You went down, remember, down to try to find Linda, find out what's going on, then you ran
I'm
up.
going to object. I think we need to structure this more as a question. I feel like counsel is actually testifying.
I'm laying the background of what he testified.
Okay. Just ask the question then.
You had been on scene for a few minutes, right?
When,
By the time the 911 call was made, because you had to go
Correct.
down, right? And there were no fire, you were the one who called.
Sarah, this case is 18 years old because Linda Stermer was actually convicted in 2010, but she made a habeas filing and her conviction was overturned for, you know, lack of effective counsel and the fact that her counsel made no objections during her trial and didn't retain an expert. So this is a retrial because the state feels that they have enough evidence to prove that she pre-planned all of this. They don't have to prove a motive, but they are putting out there that Linda was engaged in an extramarital affair. There were a lot of money troubles from what I'm gathering of the household. So there were sufficient reasons that if Linda thought that everything was paid up on insurance, that she could have done this. But there's, you know, the defense is pointing out that there's reasonable doubts. I don't believe his shoes were on. I will have to double check and listen again. So this is her retrial. This is in the state of Michigan. So there's also, I think that Linda might have given different stories. And from what Carolina is saying, Linda, despite claiming that all of their cell phones were in that upper room that was engulfed in flame and she couldn't call anyone, necessitating her to get the van, she is saying that, you know, there were additional cell phones that Linda had and had knowledge of that were in the van. So I wonder if the state is going to bring that up or when the state will bring that up.
Call 911, as far as you know.
correct. Just saying this off memory, prior testimony, is better served.
Your clothes may not have been saturated with fuel, but just in normal course of what you do, fuel gets on your clothes, right?
Could have. I'm not saying there was fuel on those clothes, but if there was, it wouldn't be uncommon.
It certainly wouldn't surprise
It
you.
wouldn't surprise me.
When you're in the course of your work, you're also laying tools on things, and sometimes maybe chainsaws and other things can get on your clothes.
I would ask that these be rephrased in terms of questions.
It's getting cumulative because it was already covered in cross,
One
but
more
I'll let you
question,
ask
Your
one more
Honor.
question.
Thank you. Tools like chainsaws could get on your clothes, and they have fuel in them.
They could have. I don't know if they were back there, but they could.
Do you use chainsaws in a dump? Or not a dump, a junkyard? I mean, I guess you could if you need to get like all the stuff out, but I figured they'd have like normal tools for that. I mean, like a wrench or something. I'm not a carologist. I mean, I could be wrong about that, but I didn't think you used a chainsaw for anything. But I have seen Texas Chainsaw Massacre, so I do know that I think it goes through several cars in the 1970s. So it could be effective.
Could have.
And that wouldn't be unusual.
You're right, it
It
is
wouldn't
not
be
fixed.
unusual.
Thank you.
But again, you would have smelled it
So
inside of your...
Kiwi Green, he explained that working outside, he would, start off with a hoodie, a jacket, a thermal, and he would get warmed up and, in the course of his day, or if it warmed up during the day, he would throw off the hoodie or the thermal shirt and just work in a t-shirt. So that being said, if he's in his car all the time, I don't think he would notice any smells. And the bald guy is for the defense. Now, that being said, I am hypersensitive to smells, so I probably would have been able to smell it. The weird things you get when, your brain decides to take a trip down neurodivergence.
cab as you were going bowling that day.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Jerry, any other questions? Nope. Is he excused from his subpoena?
I would ask that you please be excused from subpoena.
Excused from subpoena? Yep. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're all done. You're excused from subpoena. Jury, I'm going to let you go for the night. Sorry about going late, but we wanted to get this witness done for you. So I'll have you, oh, you have a question of this witness? Oh, do you have a question? Is it about the case, sir? Don't tell me what it is, but is it about the case itself and the evidence?
If you read it, I think you'll understand. It's not something that needs to be addressed now.
Okay. I'll look at it at another time then?
Ooh,
Is it,
looks
okay.
for the-
Okay. We'll
Are we
retrieve
losing
it,
a
but I'll show it to
juror
the attorneys
already?
too, and we'll maybe respond tomorrow for you, okay? I'll have you report back to the jury room at 9 o'clock tomorrow.
So as I stated, Indiana is the only state that allows you to start deliberating as soon as the case is, going. Now, every other state, regardless of allowing jurors to ask questions, these jurors will not be able to start deliberating until the case has been closed. Basically, the state and the defense have gone. But I do like that they're able to ask questions. I think sometimes it does, kind of give you an idea of where the jury's coming from and what they're thinking. Ooh, you get the
I think it's
wrestling.
clear from the case that we cited.
Okay. I'll just have counsel be very efficient in your questioning, so we're not doing a 2-hour Daubert hearing in the middle of trial, but, well, I guess we'll deal with it whenever you get to him in your lineup.
Okay. Can we speak just on the motion real quick?
I'm sorry, what?
Can we just speak on the motion real quick?
Oh, sure.
Well, Your Honor, I guess the insinuation that this was dealt with in the motion in limine number 3, it was never dealt with, it was never filed. This is another 11th-hour surprise motion that we're being slammed with here. This is becoming a problem.
Surprise
This was
motion.
never properly filed.
I think it was addressed as a supplement to number 3 way back when, in 2021.
February 1, 2021. I don't recall getting any, okay, but I guess I'm concerned that it was never ruled on then, and now we're trying to do this on the eve of trial.
Not the eve of.
Holy bazookas. Does this man have a neck? Did a neck ever exist for this man? Did God simply put his head right atop his shoulders? Also, how do you buy a suit when you don't have a neck? I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm seriously wondering where this man finds a suit or a shirt. 'Cause, I mean, I have some pretty thick thighs, but I think his neck is the size of my thigh. And I never thought I'd be able to say that. That man has to get 3 shirts sewn together. Also, why do, parts of our lawyer cadre over here look like they are from the WWE? I'm not saying this man has a singlet, but I bet he did wrestling. He was a wrestler, if you will.
Trial.
Well, in the trial, I mean, sorry, Judge, coffee hasn't
Right,
kicked in
yeah.
just yet, but that's, I guess, my main concern here is now this affects a lot of aspects of this trial, and it wasn't even originally brought in their motion, it was a supplement, it was like an afterthought, and now it's being treated like an afterthought when it's really not an afterthought. So I have a lot of concerns about how this is being handled, and this is, again, like the third or fourth time they've done this.
Cry
And this can't
harder,
keep
state.
happening. I have to state that for the record, so, you know, and again, Fackelman doesn't apply here. Fackelman's not, that's a confrontation clause issue. This isn't a confrontation clause. So I'm going to state that for the record right now.
If I may be allowed to retort, Your Honor, first of all, as you know, the motion, there was a supplemental motion to motion eliminate number 3, February 1, 2021, where we addressed the 703 issue. And as to this idea of late motion, as soon as they filed their exhibits saying that Valier was going to testify in their report and the towels, we filed an objection citing that. So this is completely timely. Now, as to the substance, Fackelman doesn't just deal with the confrontation clause. Fackelman is a Supreme Court case from 2011, 489 Mich. 515, 2011, and the page that I would cite you to is 535. It says there are other reasons why the use of Dr. Shahid's report at the defendant's trial was improper, and it cites MRE 703. Then the court goes on to state, because the facts and data in Dr. Shahid's report were essential to the testifying expert's opinions, they were required to have been admitted into evidence under Rule 703. In this case, Dr. Valier is going to say, I don't remember the case, but he is going to read from, they want him to read from a report or testify that it tested positive. There is no underlying data. As Mr. Ernst will testify, there are charts. The experts have to interpret the data to get a
We're
result.
going to argue this motion when this witness is here, and I can hear what he's, an offer of proof basically as to what his
The fact in the
anticipated
case
testimony
is
is.
spot on.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Blair?
Your Honor, I don't want to obviously litigate this right now. I don't think the court wants to hear it, so we'll have to litigate this in time. But I think the defense is misinterpreting what Fackelman states. So that's all. I'll leave with that for the court right now.
And I will state for the record that the defense has had years, not months, not weeks, but years to raise issues with the court. And then in the last 3 weeks, a flurry of motions have come before the court, apparently not recognizing that I also have other trials to take care of, and the prosecution has the right to a fair response to motions that are filed. I've done the best that I can to make
You tell them, Judge Mom too. This is, don't play with this judge. This judge was a mom in the 80s. She will take her Virginia Slim. She will turn on some heart. She will send you outside, lock the door, and tell you to fend for yourself until dinner time. Do not bring out the 80s mom in her, because she will get some heart barracuda energy, and she will pull out a Virginia Slim and tell you to drink out of the hose. Do not mess with this woman.
thoughtful, make time for thoughtful and well-researched and well-reasoned opinions, but it gets difficult for everybody. It's too late to remedy it now, but it's just for the record. Ready to call another one? Oh, we're still missing 3 jurors. We'll take it. Okay, thank you.
Ooh. Oh no, 2 mutant deers. Michigan, I knew there was a reason I didn't like you. You have 2 mutant deers on your freaking thing. And you know how I am with deer. We don't like them. We don't agree.
We'll have the prosecutor call our next witness,
those
but
are
I did
moose?
receive a series of
Mooses?
questions from the jury at the end of the day yesterday. Some of the things that are being requested are simply not admissible under the law, so I've determined under the law not to provide. I have provided the questions to the attorneys, and I think they're indicating that some questions may be answered with upcoming witnesses.
Moose and-
Counsel, is
I
that a
always liked
satisfactory
meese.
response?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Iterby, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Kim Thompson to the stand.
I will say that I think that the defense or Linda herself are picking very soft grandmotherly outfits. Now, as an optics look, it's very good. I do think in her earlier trial, she was much younger, looked more more attractive, less grandmotherly. I do think that that's going to help her with this. Again, you know, for the state, they have to convince you that this woman who appears to be a kindly looking grandmother, you know, did these heinous things. Now, it's a purely optics thing. It's not going to, you know, I think sway people, but I do think that having her in very soft, very matronly, you know, looking outfits is a good idea. The headband sucks balls. Okay, the headband sucks balls. And ma'am, it's called a deep conditioner and purple shampoo. Purple shampoo, deep condition that bitch, and stop flat ironing it, okay? Just stop. That being said, it is a soft look. Her hair annoys me. Ooh, that's a pretty green dress.
Take a seat. I'll have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat. And you can move the microphone close to your mouth so the jury can hear you. And if you could start by telling us your full name and spelling your last, please.
Okay, my name is Kim Jean Thompson, Thompson.
Thank you, Ms. Iden.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, did you know Todd Stermer?
Yes,
How did you know him?
as a friend and a neighbor. He was also my daughter's softball coach.
How close was your home to his home?
Approximately 2 miles, 2.5 miles.
And did you know Linda Stermer?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
Through our children, we also shared a love of chocolate labs and horses.
And when did you know the Stermers in 2007?
Yes,
And did you become aware of a fire that happened at their home?
yes.
How did you become aware of that?
My cousin heard it on the scanner, and she knew that we were friends with Todd and Linda, and she got a hold of us and said that there was a fire, and so we immediately ran over to provide.
Now, if y'all are city folks, you don't understand that some of us rural folks, for reasons only known to them and God, decide that they like to listen to police scanners. Now, this has not been a pastime that I've ever figured out why people would do it, but there are a large percent of the population in rural areas that will just listen to the police scanner for fun. Now, I've never done it. I don't quite understand the whole passion behind it, but you got busybodies everywhere. And this way you get to know about everybody's business without, you know, having to go down to the local Piggly Wiggly.
Comfort to both of them, thinking that it was their fire of their home.
So when you got there, do you recall if there was anyone else there at the time?
There was the fire chief, Stephen Leach. I believe the assistant chief at the time was Doug Harrington, and he was there. And one of the fire department vehicles was there. And the only other ones that we saw were Matheny's, Mike. But I was focused on Linda.
So were you able to drive down the driveway, or how did you get to the house?
We didn't want to impede any of the rescue vehicles, so we parked our truck along the road on the opposite, or near the driveway, but not in the driveway. We didn't want to impede rescue vehicles.
Because at the time, were there any fire trucks there?
There was just one at that point in time. And after we got there, then, they came rolling in.
And were you able to then make contact with anybody to approach the house?
The only ones we saw at that point in time were Doug Harrington, and then I saw Linda, and I just immediately went to her.
So you just ran down the driveway?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so where did you first see Linda at?
On the hill to the north side of the house, near where Todd was laying, and at that point, they were still trying to administer first aid, and so I just ran to her and wrapped her in my arms.
And were you able to speak to her at that time?
Very little. We were all so emotional at that point. I was just trying to provide comfort at that point.
And who was with you? Who came with you to the house?
My husband was,
So what I find interesting here is that she's not, whatever she was feeling, and you can kind of get those vibes and you can't quite put a name on it as to why you feel something is off with someone's current behavior. What is striking to me is that she, just as a casual observer walking in, didn't know anything of note in Linda's, behavior. She didn't get that sort of deep, at least not that what we've heard yet, she didn't get that deep intrinsic sort of something is off. And even if she couldn't verbalize it, or at least verbalize the exact reason she felt something was off, she didn't make note of it. So as a casual person who just walked onto the scene, nothing is striking her as being utterly off or a little bit ridiculous. So that does stick out to me, and that's something as a juror I would notice. Now, I don't know if that's what everyone would notice, but I would notice that she's not showing any signs of distress other than the heightened emotion, and she's also not staring daggers at Linda.
with me, and
yeah.
and then also my cousin Annette, who was there as well.
And then what did your husband do?
I believe he went to where Todd was, and he came back immediately, and he said, "Do not go near there." The dogs were, like I said, we had a love of dogs, and one of their dogs was actually one of my dogs that I raised and trained to breed, and so the dogs were trying to jump. One of the dogs was trying to jump back into the house, and so my husband was trying to corral the dogs. Coco came right to me because, like I said, she used to be mine, so she ran right to me, and so we were able to keep her safe. But then my husband was trying to get the other one.
So there were two dogs?
Yes.
Do you recall what Linda was wearing at that time?
No, I don't remember the specific clothes. I know that it was for a January day. It was actually very pleasant. It started out that way. And then it kind of started to get a little less pleasant. And one of the firefighters, and I don't remember if it was Chief Leach or who it was, brought a blanket. And so she had the blanket wrapped around her.
Did you notice if she had anything on her feet?
I did notice that she did not have anything on her feet. She was in her stocking feet.
And did you do anything to help with providing anything for her feet?
Yes, because especially when it started to get sleety and rainy, I was worried that her feet would get cold. And so I asked her what size shoe she wore, and she told me, and I knew that one of my aunts wore a 9 narrow, and so I let my cousin Annette know, who then contacted her mother and gathered up clothes and things for her and shoes so that she would have something on her feet.
And did they ultimately bring those clothes and shoes to the scene?
Yes.
And were you there then when Linda was able to?
Linda has some big feet. 9 narrow. Then again, I'm a 6.5 to a 7.5, wide hobbit feet. So that being said, who knows? Although, if you are a 6.5, you can sometimes get into kids' shoes, which is cheap. And before I had CPRS, I would buy kids' shoes because I could fit into them. Now I can fit into Birkenstocks.
To change into those clothes and
Yes.
shoes? Where were you when she was changing into those clothes?
I was, I believe she put the shoes on right away, but then when she changed clothes, one of the, I don't remember if it was a rescue or if it was a police officer, but they had her go into like a van, and she changed clothes in that.
And did you see what they did with the clothes?
I just saw them put them in a bag.
How long did you stay on scene?
Quite a while. Like I said, I mean, she had no one else there with her from the family, and I knew that she needed somebody. I can imagine going through that alone.
Did you stay into the evening hours?
I believe I stayed until she did have someone come, one of her family members, I believe. I don't know for sure who it was, but then they did take her, and then.
And y'all, I just remembered I have 10 gift memberships I can give out every month. So I did give out the first 5. I will try to remember to do that every month. But if you, if it's towards the end of the month, just like, police officers, let me know that I haven't given those out, because I know you're going to be shocked. I get sidetracked. So those went to Carol Sue, Mandy Strong, King Bob, Star, Chris Z, Jay, I'm going to go Legat. I could be very, very wrong, and I am sorry for butchering your name. But I passed school before Hooked on Phonics was a thing. So, it's amazing I can even read. I graduated before No Child Left Behind. I cannot be held responsible. It was not my fault. I learned, I only watched Schoolhouse Rock once or twice. They didn't have PBS. The speak and spell is the worst gift you could ever give a dyslexic person. Because here you're like, my mom got me one to help me with my spelling. Thank you for my pops.
You're supposed to go on a thing under your bed.
I've got caffeine now. I've got caffeine now. Everything is right in the world. Thank you, sir. And he's bringing in pops, which makes him even sexier. I have an addiction. It is sad. I am not proud. I am working on it. And, I will let him know. Although, look, I'm not going to tell him too much because he's going to try to smolder again. Y'all, I am the worst wife. Let me tell you what I did a couple weeks ago, because I am the worst wife ever. Now, I was getting ready for mornings with Mo, getting my hair to do something, putting on, 9 pounds of whatever to try to look spackled. And I'm getting out of the bathroom, and Mr. Mo has decided to pull out a Ryan Gosling smolder look. And I reacted the way every wife would, which is snort laughing hysterically to the point I almost fell down. And he's like, really? This is what I get when I smolder for you? And I was like, well, you need to tell me, because it just, I giggle in reaction to stuff. It can't be helped. Thank you. Did you guys buy them out of Pops, or?
We got enough for you. Dad just doesn't want to go back to Walmart.
I can understand that. Mr. Mo's like, I will not be going back to Walmart. You can't make me. So, yes, I suck at wifeness. Look, Mr. Mo knew I wasn't good with feelings. He didn't know I was a former theater kid before we got married. He was made aware when I started buying wigs. He is a little confused, but I did manage to hide that. So, ladies, if you can get all the way through the relationship to marriage and you've gotten a secret through, I say, as long as it's a small secret, like theater kid, not like banging 12 other dudes, that's a bad secret, don't get married. So, yeah, so the moral of the story is, if you're banging a bunch of dudes, don't get married. Welcome to Marriage Talk with Mo. You just learn all the... All right, back to this woman who is wearing... I'm pretty sure my grandma had a couch like that. Or a chair. I don't know, but it's deeply comforting to me because it reminds me of my grandmother's chairs.
Did she talk to you at all about what had happened that day while you were on scene?
No, she was very emotional. And then I think about the only thing she did ask was when things were, I guess, wrapping up, when she was getting ready to go, her concern was, would you take the dogs? Would you take care of the dogs for me? And we said, of course.
So
we took the dogs with us, and we took care of them until they went back to family.
So did you have an opportunity to talk with Linda after the fire?
Yes. She came to the house a few times, and we sat at our kitchen table, and we were just trying to all make sense of what had happened. And So yes, she did come a few times, you know, to check on the dogs, and then also, you know, we were friends, and so came and we had been there, and so yeah, we did.
Again, I know that she's sped up to 1.25, but what I find striking about this is that she is not attributing any weirdness to Linda. Now, it could be that because they're friends, she's not noticing, you know, certain things, or she's willfully being blind. But she's also not saying, you know, Linda was acting weird. Linda was acting, you know, a little shady. I just couldn't get a straight answer for her. She is not, you know, she's not noticing anything different. I do wonder, maybe the headbands are a Michigan thing. I don't know. I never could deal with headbands because they always hurt my, like the little part of my brain or head right behind my ear, and I just couldn't stand them. That being said, they look really cute on some people.
Did share a few times.
Did you ever ask her about what had happened?
Yes.
And do you remember what she told you when you first asked her?
I don't remember the order of what we were told, but it did change each time. And one time it was, she had given him, he had a cold, and she had given him some Benadryl.
And that's fair
And
point.
she thought that maybe he was drowsy or sleeping from that, and that when whatever happened, he couldn't get out.
Did she say where he was?
In his chair in the living room.
Did she say where she was?
She said she was in the basement.
Did she say what she was doing?
I believe she said she was doing laundry.
And then did she tell you how she, or why, or if she went upstairs?
She said she heard something and she ran up the stairs and saw that there was a fire and she couldn't get up. And so then she went out the walkout basement door and ran around to the van to try to get help.
Did she say she ever saw Todd before she ran out the basement door?
At that point, no. Later, she did say that she did see him, and that he ran out as she was trying to drive the van to go get help, and that was all. Just that she saw him when she was in the van trying to get help.
So that was at a later date?
Correct.
Okay.
That she said she saw him outside?
Correct.
Question, you guys, why are they wearing their headbands so far back? Because here is my, you know, rainbow colored, you know, inclusion gummy bear headband, and this is where I normally would wear a headband. They got theirs in the crown of their head. What is up with, I don't, no. Why would you want the back to be puffier? It's not a good look. Linda looks like she scalped a bunch of troll dolls. It's terrible. I mean, the amount of trolls, the little troll dolls from our youth that had to die to make that woman's hair. It's a sad thing.
Right.
And you said that as you talked to her then, the story changed a little bit?
Yes.
Do you recall then the next version or what the next thing she told you?
One of the other things she had said was that he was smoking pot, and she thinks that he caught himself on fire.
Did you ever know Todd to smoke pot?
Wait, so this was ganja related? The Mary Jane done did it? The bong exploded? Okay, all right. I mean, now, I'm not saying that this man probably had experience with, you know, the ganja, but he was, you know, a kid in the 70s. So, I mean, I know you don't light the joint on fire. There you go. It's reefer madness. The ganja made him do it.
I didn't know.
Did she ever talk to you about anything about heating with kerosene?
Yes, we knew that they heated with kerosene as they were building the home. They had a kerosene portable heater in the living room, and that they would fill the kerosene heater there.
Did she say that the kerosene heater was being used that day?
I don't recall.
At one point when you were helping with the dogs, did you see the van?
Yes.
And tell me about when you saw the van.
Coco was under control, the chocolate lab, and we were trying to get control of the other dog, and he kept trying to get back in the house, and so we were really worried that he would do that and get hurt or injured or killed. So my husband and I kind of tried to corral him, and he ran around to the walkout level, and when we ran down there after the dog, I saw the van door open, the van was running, and I observed what looked like blood on the front fender and I believe bumper, but definitely on the fender. And I remember my husband and I looked at each other and we both said the same thing. Something's not right.
Could you tell if the van was running at that time?
Yes, it was running.
So the van was left running through this entire time after she runned him over to get him help. Yes. But now we're getting to the point, and you can definitely see a shift in her. So I was waiting for this shift to kind of figure out if or when her impression of Linda changed and what her body language was going to be. And it looks like this is going to be some pivotal testimony that really changes her opinion of Linda. And, you know, as a juror, I would be paying attention to what she found interesting, because this is a person that's going to be intrinsically on Linda's side. So what made her change that? What was the big thing that made that change? Because if she is a dog person, if she is an animal person, she is probably a very loyal, you know, giving friend. So what turned that switch?
Did you ever ask her about the van?
No.
Did you ever tell her what you saw?
No.
Did she ever tell you anything about the van?
No. Other than at the beginning, she said she was in the van to get home.
When you were there on scene, did you see any smoke or flames?
Yes. When we got there, there was smoke coming out of the lower windows, and it was shocking to me how quickly even with fire department there, how quickly the home was within. It seemed like within a minute and a half, there were flames coming out of the roof. It was so fast. It was shocking.
So when you got there, it was just more smoke?
Correct. We could see a little bit of flame in the front lower level.
Let me get you that. It's on my settings. It is an Angel Tube live camera. I believe I spent about $200 on it, or maybe $190. I try to wait to make a lot of purchases around Prime Day. So I think I got it last Prime Day because it has a remote and I can zoom in. So I want to say it was about in the $200 range. But I will have to look back at my receipts that I printed out for the government. But if you're looking for a good webcam, they run about, I would say, if you want zoom, I would go with, you know, about the $200 range. But they have cheaper ones. If you don't want zoom, if you just want something to start out, I think they can run about $30, depending. Now, StreamYard is doing something weird where you have to actively click off. They have this filter that they've now put on, and you have to actively click that off if you don't want to look like a Barbie doll. It's off-putting because it also delays your feed so that they can, I don't know, touch your face up, get your neck cellulite taken care of. But on balance, that's Angel Tube is the one that I use. But you can get cheaper ones. You don't have to spend that much. I just liked the zoom so that I could zoom in on my face when I was doing news. I'm a little vain.
Windows, but we didn't see
Well,
any
and
smoke
my
or flames
mess.
coming out of the upper story until, like I said, it was a very, very short period of time, and then there's smoke and flames everywhere.
So I want to just be clear, there's the walkout level.
Correct.
There's the main level,
Right.
and then there's a second story, correct?
Correct.
So when you first got there and you saw the smoke, you're talking about the main level?
The main level, as we were coming up the driveway, it's an inclined driveway, and as we got closer up on top of the hill, we observed the smoke coming out of those windows. the main level front windows, roadside windows.
Oh. Also, if you don't know, adding a little bit of lemonade flavoring to Coke Zero is awesome. Just gonna throw that one out there. Poor Mr. Mo. He had to go to Sam's Club yesterday and Walmart today. I think I'm turning him into an introvert because he used to be an outside person. Now he's like, it's too peoply outside. And I'm like, one of us has to be an extrovert because I ain't going outside.
Did you ever talk to Linda about where the boys were?
Yes, that was our first concern, where are the children? And we asked that, immediately when we first saw her, where are the children? And she said the children were safe. They were gone. I think she said they were in Kalamazoo. But she did say that the children were safe because we were very, very concerned that they might still be in the home.
Did she say why they went to Kalamazoo?
No.
Now I will say that I kind of prefer lime juice in my Coke Zero as well. For some reason, okay, I can't say that. I was going to say I love acid, but I love I love acidy taste. I love acid. That explains a lot, Mo. But like lemon, vinegar, those kind of soury tastes, I really like them. So I like to drink pickle juice. I don't like the actual pickles, but the vinegar juice. And if you have ever tried it, look, if you have run out of things and ideas to make dinner and your kids like pickles, try marinating chicken breasts in pickle juice and then frying them. They taste just like, okay, they don't have like the Jesus-ness of, Chick-fil-A. But, I mean, they're pretty good. I mean, it's shake and bake and we helped.
When you saw the van, how close was it to the back of the house?
I would say within 5-6 feet of the walkout door.
Were you ever interviewed that day by police officers on scene?
No, we got there before the police officers were there, and then what we later found as we left, that there were police stationed at the base of the driveway taking the names of everybody, but we didn't realize that was going on, or I didn't realize that was going on. So we never, as far as I know, we were never on that list because we were there before that took place.
And then when you left, you just left?
Right.
Is it safe to say that that was a pretty chaotic scene that day?
Very, very, very traumatic and emotional, yes.
And do you see Linda Stermer in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Yep. Could you point to her and describe her by something she's wearing? Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Defense, don't be a dick to her. Also, oh no, it's the slow talker. Oh, it's Shatner. Damn it. Well,
Good
this
morning,
can
Ms.
take
Thompson. How long had you known the Stermers?
Oh, since before they built their home. The children were young and in Little League together, and Todd was a coach. And I think Linda and I bonded initially with her 2 chocolate labs. I was a chocolate lab lover as well. So we just kind of bonded, I think, over our children and our dogs. And we both are horse lovers and both had horses. And so we bonded over those things. And they were a neighbor. And in our area, neighbors look out for each other.
Okay. And so, in reference to the home that was destroyed by the fire, was there another home that they lived in the area that you knew at that time as far as the relationship?
I knew they lived in the area because their children went to school together at that point in time before they were in Little League together, and Todd was our daughter's.
Is he trying to get if they were separated or if they had a house previous to this?
Coached. I don't recall where exactly they lived prior to that home. I know where Linda lived after the fire, but I don't recall where they lived before that. I know at one point they lived in Lawrence, kind of across the road from Sills Farm Market, but I don't know if that predated the home or while they were building the home or if it was after.
So they lived in Lawrence?
Yes.
before they built the house that was destroyed in Lawrence, is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. But you never went to that home?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And so
Why
the
are we asking
relationship
this?
that initiated with you and Ms. Stermer was a result of the children and the love for your horses and your dogs, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did y'all participate in any type of competition with the horses or the dogs?
No, no. She did assist us, me, in when I was establishing my breeding operation for the chocolate labs. She did help facilitate finding the stud dog that I used,
Ooh, she's a stud
and like I say,
finder.
it was
Ba-dum-ching.
a mutual love. They bought one of our puppies, and then later Coco, which was the second dog that they got from me. So it was, I guess, like all I could say is that we had a mutual love of dogs and horses and kids.
So that the horses that y'all used, did y'all raise horses for sale or were they for competition?
My horses were just for pleasure riding. At that point, Linda had rescued some horses too from out of state, I believe, and so they were caretakers for those horses, those rescue horses.
Okay. So over the years, how many years would you say that you had known the Stermers?
She just answered that.
Oh, that's difficult. I would say
Right
3
into my
years
brain.
possibly before the fire.
Okay. And so this unfortunate incident occurred in 2007. Were you contacted by any law enforcement agency after the fire to give any type of report or interview?
No,
So in 2007, did you make any attempt to contact anyone in reference to any information you had about what you saw that day?
no,
Have you ever been contacted by the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office?
just recently.
And when you say recently, how recent is that?
Possibly, I don't know the exact date. It was before we left for Florida for the winter.
In 2024, 2025?
24,
2024.
correct.
So from 2007 to 2024, you had never been contacted by anyone from the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office or
That's
the
very
State
interesting.
Police Department for the state of Michigan or the State Fire Department or any law enforcement officer. Is that
No.
correct? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you a little surprised when you were contacted in 2024 for an incident that happened in 2007?
No,
You wasn't surprised?
no.
Interesting that they didn't reach out to her until so late in the game. It does make you wonder if the state is not confident about their case. With the late... Ma'am, get your pants tailored. Look, okay. See, she has the same problem I do. Now, normally I do not, look at the buttular area of our lawyers. But ma'am, you have what is called a Midwestern SpongeBob SquarePants behind. Now, I have one too. But if you get your pants tailored just a scotch, it looks like you do have a behind. I mean, look, it's not going to work miracles. You're not going to look like J-Lo, okay? But you will look less like a no buttocks having Hank Hill. I'm helping you out, ma'am. You're welcome. Also, how many times do you think that this prosecutor has watched Annie Hall? And oh my gosh, what in the Murphy Brown is your shirt? That is an 80s shirt.
Ms. Thompson, had you ever seen a house fire before?
No.
You mentioned the fact that you were aware that kerosene was on the property as part of the household use of heat. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever visit the home to see the location of their heating system or how it was installed?
The only time I saw the
Let's see. I should be streaming until about probably 2 today. I wanted to get a good chunk of today done, to be ready for tomorrow. So I'm gonna try to go until I'm exhausted. But look, I may be Hillchuck, but I was never Hillchuck enough to put kerosene heaters inside. Do people do that? I didn't think you were supposed to use them outside. Like my parents had kerosene, like the big tall things that have the little kerosene in the bottom of it, and you can turn it on and they kind of blow out like in a pole barn or an outside gazebo. I've seen those. I just haven't seen a kerosene heater inside. I've seen an oil heater, like, you know, that looks like an old-timey furnace. I'm not smart about heaters.
The kerosene heater was during construction when they were in the process of building the home, and it was in the lower level as you walked in. It was like kind of like right there in the open area when it was under construction.
Were you aware of how much kerosene was used on the, as far as the heating system in the house?
No.
Do you ever see any gasoline on the property?
It was a farm. We all have gasoline on our farms.
Okay. You ever see any of the machinery that they had on the property?
Tractors,
How many?
lawnmowers.
Okay. Now, you don't know what caused the fire.
No.
And when you arrived at the scene, your cousin is Annette Brandel?
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And
Thank you, Charlene T.
the reason
I
why
thought it
you
would
came to
not be
the
safe,
location, was it because
at
you
the
got a
very
telephone
least.
call from your cousin?
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
And did you and her meet there together?
Yes.
You did? Okay. And where was Linda when you arrived at the house?
She was on the hill to the north of the house, a short distance away from where they were working on Todd.
Okay. And when you say the hill, are you referring to the elevation of the house, and there's an upper and a lower?
There's an incline, what I would call a small hill, going from the road level up to where the home was built, and it was built on a hill. It was a walkout, so it was at where the home was, and to the north or to the right of that. And Linda was a little, probably a short distance away from that while they were administering aid to Todd.
Okay. And you stated that there was
Same.
Mr. Steve Leach was there, right?
Correct. He was the one I believe that was working on Todd.
Okay. And do you recall anyone else being present?
Doug Harrington, who I believe was the assistant chief at the time, and I believe Mike Matheny was standing off to the south side, but I didn't talk with Mr. Matheny.
And who was Mr. Harrington?
Doug Harrington was our township supervisor at the time, and also I think at that point in time he was also the assistant fire chief.
Did you observe Mr. Matheny providing any assistance and aid?
I didn't notice. Like I said, I was focused on Linda and went immediately to her.
Okay, and where was she? Was she inside one of the vehicles, or was she standing outside?
She was standing outside at that point in time.
Okay. Did you observe her at some point being placed in a vehicle?
Yes. My cousin Annette's mother, my Aunt Gail Crandall, arrived on scene with the clothes and the shoes, and then she sat inside. I believe it was Chief Leach's personal vehicle, a red truck. My aunt and Linda went into the truck together.
Was there an ambulance there at the time that you were present?
Eventually, but not when I first arrived.
That word, sir, you're going to make me laugh.
Well, did you see Ms. Stermer, did she leave while you was present?
Yes.
Okay. How did she leave?
I believe it was a family member that came and got her. I don't recall exactly who it was.
Okay. Did you observe any law enforcement officers talking to Ms. Stermer?
Yes.
Do you know who it was?
No.
Was it a male or a female? Do you recall?
Both.
Okay. How far was your house from the Stermer's house?
About 2.5 miles.
Okay. Could you see the smoke from your house?
No, our home is in the middle of the woods.
Okay. But as you approached the premises, you made a statement that you could see a lot of smoke?
Yes.
Okay. From the upper part.
What's the whale scream call? And she said that she never gave the cops the info before leaving, FYI. Yeah, so it sounds like this woman, you know, did leave her info with the, I don't know. Yeah, audio is probably your biggest thing. I do know, this is a hyper quad. Let me look at it because I'm going to tell you the wrong thing. This is called a HyperX quad microphone. It's pricier. It's a step up. I know they have good $90 microphones, and you might possibly look on Marketplace. You know, some people start streaming and decide it's not their thing. So you can look on Marketplace. Sometimes you can find really good stuff for fairly cheap.
Part of the house, right?
No, initially when I arrived, the smoke was coming out of the lower windows on the roadside on the main level. And we were there just a very short time, and smoke started coming out of the upper story windows and then out of the roof.
So when you first arrived, you saw smoke coming from the lower part of the house?
The windows on the main level on the roadside.
On the road side, is that what you're saying?
Correct. So not the walkout side, but the main level side. What I guess you would call the first story, not the basement.
Okay. Do you recall what the weather conditions was as far as the terrain there that day?
It started out as a sunny winter day. It was unseasonably warm initially. Then the weather did deteriorate, and it started spitting like a rain-sleet mix. And that's when I noticed that she was in her socks, and I was concerned, about that.
She was outside in her socks without a coat on, is that correct?
Correct.
Have you been shown any photos of the property or of the house?
No, I was not shown any photos.
Okay. And you retrieved the two dogs that was at the property, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Were there horses still on the premises at that time?
Yes, in the pasture.
Okay. Did you help care for those and rescue the horses?
Pardon?
Did you have anything to do with the relocation of the horses, or did they remain there?
I did not.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I have further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any questions of her? I've got some hands going up. If you haven't already done so, we'll have you write them down and we'll retrieve them.
So again, I do wonder what the jury is going to say. She doesn't seem to be overly convinced that Linda did something, but she did seem to, again, like the most of us, have a real issue with the van. Oh, yes, the keening. Yes, the keening. Yeah, that was a keening cry. You sometimes hear it in Irish funerals. It does sound inhuman. It sounds heart-wrenching, but yeah, that keening wail was definitely hard to listen to. And I hope that the defense or whoever doesn't overplay it. I think that, you're already asking these jurors to have to look at some pretty horrific, probably autopsy photos. Sorry, I'm trying to turn this so I can use. Well, that didn't work. So I can use my heated foot bath while I'm talking to you guys and stay on stream.
Okay, I'm asking some of the questions asked by the jury. I'm not asking others, determining under the law not to ask them. What time did you arrive on the Stermer scene?
I believe it was the early or mid-afternoon.
You observed blood on the fender, you testified. Where on the fender?
On the front bumper, on the driver's side, and on the fender. Of the front driver's side.
Okay, thank you, counsel. Any questions in light of those questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
Thanks, guys. Sorry, I boomered that. As per usual.
Any questions in light of that question and answer? Okay.
Ms. Thompson, when you say you saw blood on the fender, on the driver's side?
On the front of the vehicle. And I believe it was on the front quarter, I don't know the terminology, but like the front on the driver's side and on the side of the driver's side is where I observed blood. There might have been blood elsewhere, but I don't know. That was the only location that I saw, and then I backed right off when I saw that.
But you've never been shown any pictures for you to point out if that was correct as to what you saw, right?
That was just what I observed, and I saw that location, and my husband and I looked at each other, and we both said something's not right, and I backed right off. I did not want to be there. So we got the dog and we got out.
That is very interesting. I mean, again, I'm sure that that was something she was not planning on finding, but that definitely does put my little spidey sense up that this woman who is, by all intents and purposes going to be on Linda's side has a visceral reaction, and so does her husband, that something is not right here. It's definitely something as a juror I would pay attention to.
I have no further questions, Sean.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions of her? Nope. Is she excused from her subpoena, counsel?
Yes, she please be excused.
Mr. Kelly, agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all done. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Siderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Ken Thompson to the stand, please.
Well, that was an easy change for Matheny. Oh, he is side-eyeing her. Okay, it looks like he has something to say.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please have a seat, sir. You can move that microphone close to your mouth so the jury can hear you.
Okay.
And once you're settled, we'll have you give us your full name and spell the last, please.
Ken Thompson, Thompson.
Thank you, Ms. Siderman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning.
Mr. Thompson, did you know Todd Stermer?
I did.
And how did you know Todd?
He coached my children, and he was a neighbor.
And how well did you know him?
Oh, I thought fairly well.
And do you know Linda Stermer?
Yes.
And then how do you know her?
The same. Yeah. And just a neighbor and someone in the neighborhood. And
Where did we get a grown-up Eddie Haskell? I feel like he's going to snitch on something.
the mother of children that my children grew up with.
And how close is your house to the Stermer residence?
Oh, as a crow flies, about 1.5 miles by road, maybe 2 miles.
Do you remember January 7th of 2007?
I do.
And could you tell me what you were doing that day?
We spent the day on the farm across the road from Stermer's cutting firewood.
What was the weather like?
It was a beautiful day. It was shirt sleeve weather until later in the afternoon. It got nasty.
And so when you say you were across the street from the Stermers, were you directly across the street from the Stermer residence?
Just on the farm across the street, but at the north end of that farm.
And do you recall when you saw the fire?
I went by Stermer's, went home, and I was probably home 15, 20 minutes, and we got a call that Stermer's house was on fire.
So you had just driven by the Stermer residence 15 or 20 minutes prior?
Yes.
And then how did you learn that there was a fire?
Kim's cousin Annette called, and she heard it on the scanner.
And so do you remember?
Y'all never do anything in a small town. Look, someone is going to have a scanner, someone's mom and them is going to have another scanner, and by the time you are trying to get bailed out for a DUI and to call your mom and them is already going to know because 18 people have already called her to tell her you done screwed up. So I'm just saying, do not by any means do anything bad in a small town because it's just, you're not going to get away with it. Just do not try it.
Distinctly seeing the Stermer home as you were passing by it?
I can't say that. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary.
You didn't see any smoke?
No.
So what happened then once you got that phone call?
I told Kim to jump in the truck, and we headed right over there.
And what was your thought? What were you going to do?
Anything we could.
When you got there, was there anyone else there?
I saw Chief Leach was there in his pickup truck, and I saw Mike Matheny in his pickup truck.
I sadly
How long
do.
would you say it took you from the
And I
time you
will
got that
fight
call on
to
the
the death to
scanner
keep it from
to get to the
ever
Stermer
happening.
residence?
5 minutes maybe.
So you had just been by 15, 20 minutes prior, walked in the door, got the call, and then it took you another 5 minutes to get back over there.
Correct.
Did you go up the driveway or where did you park your car?
We parked out toward the road so we wouldn't hinder any, because I knew fire vehicles would be coming. So we parked out by the road, and then I headed up the driveway to the house.
What did you do then once you got down the driveway?
I saw Linda, and I asked Linda, you know, where are the children? Is there anybody else in the house?
And what did she say?
At first she was kind of incoherent, and my first thought was for the children in the house, so I was headed for the front door when she stopped me and said, no, there's nobody in there. The children are somewhere.
So you were getting ready to go into the
I
house?
was.
And did she come up to you and stop you, or did she grab you, or how did that?
Well, no, she just, I went by her, headed for the house, and she stopped me, just called to me.
And then what did she say at that point?
She said that there was nobody there, the children were somewhere, and I don't remember where she said they were.
Did you see any smoke or fire at that time?
I did, just a very little bit coming out of the chimney chase, the very top of the house.
At the top of the house?
Yes.
And that was the only place you saw smoke at that time?
Yes.
There were no fire.
Is it possible that Todd had a fire going in the fireplace, so just a wood fireplace? Also, he had a kerosene lamp. It doesn't make sense that Todd would have all of these on to get heat going when it was a fairly good day. I mean, I know by the afternoon it had gotten pretty cold, but I have a wood fire stove, and I can personally say it takes a good hour or so for that thing to actually heat up and for you to feel any heat actually coming off of it, and about a good 45 minutes to get the little heat engaged fans on the top to kind of blow that air around. So that being said, he could have had a fire But all of that, I would think you would have on days it's below freezing. It was just at freezing. I don't know, maybe the heating system wasn't working as well because they had to bleed it. I'm not an HVAC person. No one's going to let me near their HVAC system.
Firefighters there at that time?
Just Chief Leach was there in his personal pickup truck.
So you didn't see any smoke coming out the windows at that time?
Not at that time.
And you were standing in front of the house?
Yes.
Having this conversation with Linda?
Yes.
Did you see Todd at all?
Not that I recognize this guy.
So tell me what you saw.
Well, I saw Chief Leach on the ground working on something, and I didn't recognize as a person.
Did you go over there?
I went too close. I wish I never would.
What'd you see?
It was unrecognizable as a person.
Couldn't recognize his face? Couldn't recognize his face?
No.
How close did you get to Todd?
Oh, I would say from me to you.
Can we get a reference for the record? I'm going to say 12 feet.
I think yesterday we said 16, but I'll go with 12 today.
Sharpen my eyes a little bit.
And I understand this is very difficult. Where was Linda at that time?
I think she was still in approximately the same spot in the driveway in front of the house.
In front of the house?
Yeah.
What was she doing?
Oh, I kind of lost track of her at that point.
What did you do then? You said you lost track. What were you
Then
focusing
the
on?
firefighters started to arrive, and I know all those guys, and I just went to them and see if I could assist them in any way, ladders, hoses, whatever.
And were you able to assist them?
Well, not in a.
I will say, in defense of small hill truck towns and rural communities, we might, spy on you. We might be in and up all in your business. But when ish goes down, everyone and their mom and them are going to be there trying to give you some clothes, some, casseroles and different things. So as much as I joke that, you shouldn't do anything in a small town, and small towns are kind of clannish and cliquish and we know all your business, when ish goes down, generally, you have an entire town that, even though they're nosy and they're all up in your business, they're there to help. So, as much as I make fun of my hill truck town, if something went down, we would have an entire, community embracing us. So it's a give and take. It swings and roundabouts.
Not with ladders or hoses, yeah.
So how long were you on scene?
5 hours.
And you said when you got there, you just saw a little bit of smoke coming out of the top of the house?
Yes.
What did you observe then in the minutes that you were there?
Smoke started coming out windows, and, eventually the whole house went into cold.
How long did that take, do you think?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but, probably 20 minutes, half hour.
So it was minutes?
Yes.
How long
After
until
the
the first
fire,
fire truck?
did you have-
the tanker truck? How long did it take them? Because I'm trying to figure out 20 minutes. So 20 minutes seems like a long time if you used an accelerant. Now, again, I'm not a fireologist, but if a fire was contained and then suddenly a window broke and it was able to get a lot of oxygen in, it would be. It wouldn't be difficult to assume that the fire would gain steam, especially if they had a bunch of polyester, or you have, a bunch of flammable lamps around. That being said, he's not a fireologist either, so I'm sure the defense is going to point out that he doesn't have a degree in fireology.
Conversations with Linda, or were you present when she was talking about the fire?
Yes.
And where did those conversations happen?
Our kitchen table.
And do you recall what Linda said happened that day when she was at your kitchen table?
No.
Did she tell you where she was? when the fire started?
Well, she told me
start working on it?
I talked to her the evening of the fire.
Oh,
And she
so-
said she was in the basement doing laundry.
So this was actually the day of the fire?
Yes.
Not at your kitchen table?
Right.
So then, was this a few hours after you arrived, or was it close to the time you arrived?
Close to the time.
Okay. So what did she tell you when you were talking on scene about the fire?
She said that she was downstairs doing laundry, and Todd was sleeping in his chair, and Todd yelled, "Linda, get out, the house is on fire." And she went out the basement door.
And she went out the basement door?
She said she looked up the stairwell and could see she couldn't get up there.
Okay, that was the part I was going to comment about, because in her original telling of the story, and the story that the defense has kind of gone with, is that she heard an inhuman scream from Todd. She ran upstairs to see, excuse me, what was going on, and he was on the main level, and she said that the flames were too hot, she could not get to Todd. So this adding that Todd told her to run out, this is a change. And yes, polyester is painful, just for multitudinous reasons. It doesn't breathe. If you're a little bit fluffy like me, it doesn't breathe and you get all sweaty. Yeah, it's changing a little bit. Just a scotch.
Did she say why she couldn't get up there?
I think there was flames or whatever, the impression I got.
And then she went out the basement door?
Yes.
Did she say anything else about that day?
Yeah, we talked for, several minutes, several times. And I don't remember every bit of the conversation.
Anything that you remember about the fire and conversations with her, or just that?
Pretty much that.
And you stayed on scene for several hours.
Yes.
Did you stay until Linda left?
What's that?
Did you stay until Linda left?
I'm not sure. I know Linda was with the girls and I was with the firefighters, and I kind of lost track of her.
And at some point, did you see the van on the property?
I did.
And tell me why you saw the van.
Well, the deputy had asked us to guard that van and make sure that nobody touched it, or especially nobody sprayed it with water.
And why was that?
I guess there was that.
Okay, it does seem interesting, and I wonder if the defense is going to hammer in on the fact that they asked basically civilians to guard this van. I understand logistically they didn't have enough people and they needed someone to make sure that this van wasn't contaminated or tampered with, but it does make me wonder if the defense is going to hammer down on that fact that, the van was guarded by civilians, therefore, chain of custody issues. Now, I don't see that being a big problem, but as a defense attorney, that might be something that I pick into, especially with them, not being trained as to how to protect evidence. They have no training. They don't know what evidence is. It could be a gray part. It could be something they really pick apart or something they don't pay any attention to, but I know that's something that maybe I would have a bit of an issue with. I do understand it logistically. I'm not faulting the first responders. Yeah, I have been there. I have let out some keening wails too. And it is a sound that you never want to hear. I mean, it is a sound that is etched on your memory if you do hear it in person, and I have.
Evidence on it. You could see blood on it.
So you saw the blood?
I sure did.
And where did you see the blood?
Oh, down the front of the van, and then on the bumper going underneath the van.
Have you talked to Linda? You said there were some conversations at your kitchen table after the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have any conversations with her about the fire at your kitchen table?
I don't recall.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I will put out there that the defense claims that all the blood and stuff on the front bumper was not from the running over. They claim that she got him actually on the wheel. I don't know how that's a better defense. But what they're claiming as far as the blood and viscera that was on the front and going down under was when she propped him on the front of the van to try to go do something or other. But she did claim at one point that she propped him on the van as she was doing something. That being said, it doesn't look like, excuse me, it doesn't look like from, and they'll show pictures of the front of the van, that doesn't look like someone was just laid down there. Now, I know this is speculation. I'm not a bloodologist, but I'm a person that's been on this earth for more than one day, and I can kind of recognize patterns. And that doesn't look like a innocent thing. It also is, it's right where a dent is. So of all the places she could lean her, badly burned husband, she leans him in a dent that looks like a dent that one would make when they run persons over. And thank you so much, Live in Life, FND. I will tell you, I am an absolutely god-awful mod. I can barely tag things, but I will do my best to block a-holes. I'm not going to be great with the links, but I will take care of a-holes. I do wonder what the jury is going to ask.
Good morning, Mr. Thompson.
Good morning.
Oh, God, is this low?
I think I can segue some of the information I previously received from your wife. You and your wife have known the Stermer family for about 3 years prior to the date of the fire, is that correct?
Yeah, ever since they moved to Lawrence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever go over and participate with Mr. Stermer in reference to any of the construction of the house?
Not the construction, no.
Okay. Did you ever go over to the house while the house was under construction?
Yeah, probably a time or two.
Time or two?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you describe what you knew as far as the layout of the house?
No, I didn't know the layout of the house.
Didn't?
I never went inside.
Never went inside? Okay. What would be?
I don't know why this is so freaking hard. This house is a split level, so a tri-level, if you will. You've got a main floor level that has a couple bedrooms and a living room and I think the kitchen. You've got the basement that has the laundry and basement stuff, and then they had like a loft with a couple rooms in it. So it's 3 levels, but the mid-level is going to be on the ground level. It's the exact same thing in my house. I have a mid-level, I have upstairs, and then I have a basement. I don't know why no one can comprehend the makeup of this house, but it is driving me nuts that we are asking everyone. This is such a Lolly-esque move that I'm having flashbacks to the Karen Reed trial.
Been your purpose for being over to just...
Todd had a business. He sold military surplus, and I purchased a lot of things from him.
Military surplus?
Yes.
Okay.
Clothing. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, you want to talk about polyester, you talk about the military surplus, because holy God, the polyester, if you want to get pure polyester, go out into a military surplus and ask for polypros. Those would be the polyester long johns that you can wear under your polyester uniform. And you want to know what smells really great? A bunch of people, after they've been in the field all day in some polyester U.S. uniforms, because, only the best for our troops. 100% polyester that you have to pay for. Yes, that's right. The military gives you money from your own check in order to pay for your uniform. Maybe we could fix that. President, anyone? Also, hey, while we're on it with the military, how about all the military members that live on base? They already pay for the DFAC. Maybe you could make the DFACs have, not mold in them and actual food and people that, can cook food. And I am so sorry, Live in Life. I hope that you can recover. it burns my biscuits. They already take BAH, which is basically your housing and food allowance, out of these young enlisted men's paycheck. And then the DFAC, the place that they can go eat for free, is either always closed, never functional, they don't have enough food. So you have these enlisted men that already have money taken out of their check to pay for their food, that have to go and pay for their food again somewhere else. It's just ridiculous. And thank you, Puddletown, for being a member for 9 months. I think you have been a member for longer than 9 months. To be fair, I've done a lot of things. I've had 6 children, so 9 months is kind of my jam, if you will. I will say they are warm. I'm not gonna attest for their comfort. I hated those things. But I used to could be a hot-blooded person. Now that has changed, so I might like them again. Now I will tell you, if you need the most comfortable blanket you have ever had, the Woobies, I sleep with my husband's Woobie. I'm not gonna lie. It's like this polyester silky blanket that's camouflaged. I have tried every blanket that they sell on Amazon. I like the Woobie better. If you go to an Army surplus store, I would recommend the Woobies, because I'll show you what I'm talking about. So I'm not telling you need to buy a Woobie, that it will change your life, that it will make your ribs, extra special. But I'm saying that I love it, and I have stolen it from Mr. Moe, and he did not realize that marriage meant that I would steal most of his stuff. But he had been married before. I don't know. It's like he was a new hire.
So he had an office that he worked out of the house with? Is that right?
I'm not sure, no. He always had stuff in his truck, or he would just bring stuff out.
From the van? Or?
I don't remember the van.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that your knowledge of a
Haley Mouse, I will tell you, wool gives me the icks, and I know it's supposed to be very luxurious and great for garment making, for outdoor wear and stuff, but wool is not. It's so scratchy. It's so incredibly, horribly scratchy and uncomfortable. And maybe I just haven't tried the right wool, but give me crushed velvet before you give me wool.
fire was from a telephone call of your wife's cousin about the reason why y'all came to the house?
Little squeak.
Yes, that's why we went over there.
Okay.
Yes. The call was Stermer's house is on fire, and I thought, I just went by there. Stermer's house isn't on fire, but, so we hopped in the truck and headed right over there.
Okay. So now that brings me to a question that you stated that you had just been by the Stermer house?
Yes.
This was on a Sunday, is that correct?
It was on a weekend. I know we were cutting firewood across the street. It might have been Sunday.
Okay. And about what time a day was it when you had been by the house?
Oh gosh, we'd cut firewood for quite a long time. I'm not sure. Maybe sometime in the early afternoon.
Okay. And when you say you was cutting firewood, are you cutting firewood across from the Stermer property?
Yes. On the neighboring farm, right across the road.
You and who else?
Me and my two cousins.
Okay. And what time did y'all start cutting firewood?
Well, probably 9 a.m.
Okay. Did you know the vehicles that was part of the family that was parked at the Stermer property?
No.
I mean, had you seen, well, let me just clarify that. Did you know how many vehicles that the Stermers had?
No.
From the times that you had been over there, you only saw one vehicle?
I'm sorry,
over the years, different vehicles at different times.
Okay. Well, let's say for, just during this period of time when you were cutting firewood, say for instance, the last 2 weeks prior to that, had you seen the vehicles, any vehicles at that property?
No, not that I noticed, no.
Let me ask you this, had you ever seen the van?
Where are we going with this?
I didn't remember that van until that day.
Okay. Could you say what type of vehicle you had a memory of that you had seen there on the property?
No.
You stated that Mr. Stermer sold you some products
Yes.
From his truck?
Yes, it seemed like he had like a cube truck with a roll door on it at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, so you all complete your task of cutting wood about.
Well, where I think he's going with this is that he doesn't know what the van looked like prior to this. So this van could have been, let's say, dented and in that specific way. I mean, the coincidence would be insane. But what he is trying to say is, hey, you didn't take stock of the van every day. So it could have looked like this. Hey, they could have run over a deer and maybe they just didn't wash it off. Now that would, negate the fact that the DNA came back as Todd's. So I think what is more damning is the DNA evidence of him underneath in the is it called the undercarriage? Or look, the butt of the car, the underside, the fupa, if you will, of the car had his DNA on it. So I think that in and of itself is more damning than the blood in front of the car. I think the blood in front of the car could have been explained away. Where the defense is going to run into problems is with that blood and viscera being underneath in like the guts of the car. You can tell, you guys, okay, so the last time I went to get my car oil change, I was like, I noticed, and I always try to be nice to the guy, and I said, oh gosh, you guys look, really busy, and you looks like you need another person back here. And he said, do you want to apply? And I looked this poor sweet little boy with dreadlocks and the gauged ears, and I was like, sweetheart, there is no way you want me back here with power tools. I would have super duper fun, but you would have to come back and, fix everything I did. And he's like, oh, well, we would train you. And I was like, I also don't work well with the public. But I was like, beyond getting Raid Shadow Legend to be a sponsor, there is not another more mismatched career for myself than a carologist. But he was like, no, you would be just fine. You can work back here. And I was like, oh, sweetheart, I don't know. Just no.
About 12 o'clock that afternoon?
No. It was later in the afternoon. It was, I would guess, in the area of 4, maybe 5.
4 or 5 o'clock?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And so you had a direct view of the Stermer property from where you all were cutting wood, right?
No, we were at the north end of that farm, and there's trees and fence rows, and no, I couldn't see their house from where we were.
Okay.
And welcome, Shizzy Raiders. Thank you for the raid, Shizzy. If you are just coming in, we are doing the retrial of Michigan versus Linda Stermer. Now, Linda is accused of battering and then, arsoning her husband. And in the weirdest twist of the case, she also happened to run him over on the way to go get help. Now, Linda got a retrial because her first attorneys made no objections during her entire trial and failed to, obtain an expert. So this is a retrial. And I have heard that it gets crazy today. Apparently someone ignores a subpoena and all hell breaks loose. We're not there yet. Now, I would recommend for watching enjoyment, Veilhammer and myself did go over the defense opening statement. The defense's opening statement is a fever dream wrapped in an LSD trip on an ayahuasca, dream travel. This man Shatner's the ever-living shit out of this, opening. And if you like hilarity, if you like, making these trials bearable, I would definitely recommend going to watch, Legal Shenanigans Theater Shatnerd, the opening experience, after this, because it is a fever dream.
But when you finish cutting your wood, you're leaving, you have to come on the road.
Right.
And pass.
We
the
went by
Stermer property.
Stermer's house, yes, on
Okay.
the way home, yes.
Okay.
And I didn't notice any smoke or anything out of the ordinary.
And didn't notice any vehicles there, is that right?
I
Of course, you wasn't looking for anything
wasn't-
suspect,
I
right?
I was not.
Okay.
No, we were headed home.
But you definitely didn't see any smoke or any
I
fire?
didn't notice anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, okay. Did you notice anybody outside at all?
I didn't.
Okay, all right. What was the weather conditions that day that you recall?
It was, earlier in the day, it was just beautiful. It was a perfect day to cut firewood. I mean, we were in flannel shirts.
Okay, no, how many times are we going to talk about the weather? No, we have established it was nice weather in the morning, and then it started getting cold, rainy, and yucky. I refuse to make this a Cantonese trial. I will not be dragged into, is it a blizzard, is it not a blizzard, was there flurries? I can't do this. I have current dramatic stress from the damn Karen Reed trial. That is trademark in the DSM of Mo. Current dramatic stress is when you are annoyed about something, so you're going to be dramatical about it. And I suffer from that, like, chronically.
And it was, the weather was good. But later in the afternoon, around dark, the weather got pretty bad. It was spitting snow and rain, and it got pretty rough.
Okay. And the road that is in front of the house, the Stermer property, is it paved or
It is.
gravel?
Yes, County Road 215, it's paved.
It's paved?
Yes.
Blacktop or paved?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what paved means.
To your knowledge, on the Stermer property, when you turn off the road, for what would be, or the driveway, was it paved?
No, gravel.
Gravel?
Yeah.
Okay. And have you ever been to the backside of the Stermer property?
Well, before they built the house, I knew every step of that property.
I beg your pardon, you say before you?
Before they built the house, yeah, I was on that property quite a bit.
Okay, so you knew the property before they even purchased
Yes.
the property?
Yes.
Okay. What was do you know how many acres it was?
Thanks.
Well, it started out, it was
I had to add my headband because it seems like a headband is a standard Michigonian classic accessory, if you will. Now, I don't know if it's a Michigan thing that you put it back towards like the butt of your head. I tend to wear mine more forward. I don't know what this woman is doing. It's okay. So when we went to my mother-in-law's funeral, there is a candy factory. It's the Albanese candy factory. And I didn't really want any candy, but I saw the headband. Okay. And there's an ornament and a keychain, but Mr. Mo said I could only get one thing. So I got the headband.
was the original farm, it was a big property, and I'm not sure how many acres that they purchased.
Okay.
Yes.
But you was very familiar with the,
Yes.
the geographical layout of
Yes.
the property, right? And the house itself, could you describe the sloping of the house? Was it flat or was it an
No,
incline?
it on the sides of the house, it sloped down, with a walkout basement.
Okay.
I would say that it was about a one-story drop from, the sides of the house down to the basement entrance.
Okay. And so when you arrived on the property as a result of the telephone call from your wife's cousin,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and you guys, just as an FYI, I am in an elevated storm watch area. So is most of southern Illinois and Indiana. So if you are in those areas, do be sure to pay attention, to your surroundings, listen for the sirens, that kind of thing. So just, making sure that you guys do know that there is some gross, yucky weather coming. Now, from the way my leg is feeling, or legs, to be honest, it's going to be a bad one. But, just make sure, keep an eye out, I know this trial's real exciting, but I want to make sure we're all safe. So if I have to bail out quickly, that's what happened. Or I have young feral children and something happened there.
You stated that you immediately saw smoke from the chimney?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any flames from the chimney?
No.
But you saw smoke?
Yes.
Was it a large ball of smoke?
No, I thought that initially that it was a chimney fire because it was, the smoke was coming right out the chimney chase, and that's the only smoke that I saw. So I thought maybe they just had a chimney fire.
Were you familiar with chimney fires?
Yes.
Have you ever?
Yes, you can get a creosote buildup. Creosote is flammable. You do have to use a special log every so many fires. Ask me how I know, because Mr. Moe told me, because I didn't know that you were supposed to clean out your fireplace. And welcome, Valor View News. All right. Okay. We'll see.
You served in the fire department before?
No.
Okay. But you've seen a chimney fire before?
Many.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Were there, could you give an estimate time frame as to, if you can recall, when you and your wife arrived? What would you say a guesstimation of your time?
Y'all, this is sped up to 1.25. I want you to hear this man at normal. This man is pure 100% uncut Colombian Ambien. This man will put you to sleep. If you're an insomniac, do not operate heavy machinery. Do not do anything. It is a bad thing, but this is how this man sounds at regular.
When you arrived?
When we arrived.
On the property?
I'm not sure.
You left cutting the wood?
Yes.
About 3 or 4?
Yeah, 3, 4, 5, somewhere in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you say it was after 5 o'clock then, right?
We do call
When
it a
you would
chamber.
arrived at the Stermer's property?
That I couldn't say. I
Okay.
didn't look at a
I
watch.
can't stay at
Okay.
normal. Sorry, this man is. This man will
And-
hurt me. He hurts my soul.
Did you pull into the property off of the road?
Yes, we pulled just off the road, and then, like I say,
Okay. I know I had just said at the start of this that she's pulling off the kindly grandmother look, but this particular look right here reminds me of Dolores Umbridge. I am not going to lie. I mean, she looks like a type of person in this particular pose that would make you write, lines with your own blood. I'm just saying, do not look like... Could we stop with the Kubrick look? Ma'am, the Kubrick look looks bad on everyone. This particular look is not great. It definitely inspires fear in some people. They can't see you directly. It's the Kubrick look. And quite frankly, if you're trying to copy someone who made Eyes Wide Shut, you need to stop. Because no one needed to see Tom Cruise naked, okay? Not nobody.
Off of the road?
yes, we pulled just off the road, and then, like I say, we wanted to make sure that we weren't going to hinder any fire vehicles, so we kind of got out of the way and made sure our vehicles were out of the way.
Okay. And by the time that you're parking your vehicle, you begin to see smoke coming from another part of the house?
Well, it didn't take very long, and then there was smoke coming out windows.
Okay. And you saw that after you
Yes.
got out of your vehicle, is that right?
Right.
Okay.
She does kind of look like Throw Mama from the train. What was that lady's name? She was probably the sweetest lady ever, but she always played the mean mom because she just has that face. She probably makes cookies and doesn't put arsenic in them.
And these windows, they face the frontage of the road, is that right?
And on the sides.
And on the sides?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But I noticed the smoke coming out the windows on the side.
Okay. But you didn't see any fire trucks there at that time? right?
No, just Chief Leach was there with the chief's truck.
Okay. So What did you do when you saw the smoke coming out of the windows, you see the smoke coming out of the chimney, you and your wife get out of your vehicle? What do you do then?
Well, I saw Linda in the driveway, and I quickly went to Linda. I was concerned for the children, and, I said, Linda, where's the children? And at first she was kind of incoherent, and I thought that the children would be inside. So I was kind of headed for the door, and she said, no, there's nobody in there. The children, I forget where she said they were.
Okay, when you saw Miss Stermer, was she with somebody else? Or
No,
was
she was
just
by
standing there
herself.
by herself?
She was by herself.
And where were, you said Mr. Leach was there, where was he at?
He was just to the north of the driveway, and he was on the ground.
Okay.
And at first I thought maybe he was working on some equipment, fire extinguisher or whatever. I didn't recognize that it was a body.
Okay. And did you see anyone else there?
No.
Fire extinguisher?
Just Mr. Leach and Miss
Right,
Stermer?
right.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so after you were comfortable with the fact that there was no one else in the house, the children wasn't in the house, nobody else was in the house, what did you do then?
Oh my God, he does look like Biff. He looks like old Biff. But old Biff with like a happy life, not like, mired in angst and, envy, but like a happy Biff. If Biff had a happy life and wasn't always constantly covered in manure.
Oh, I just waited for the fire department to arrive. And it wasn't very long, and they arrived.
Okay. And you know which fire department it was that arrived?
Lawrence.
Lawrence? Okay. And did you ever go over to the location where Mr. Stermer was lying on the ground?
No, I avoided it.
Okay.
He said that. Why are you asking questions to which
From
you
the
know
position that
answer?
you were at, did you detect any unusual odor?
No.
Okay. Now, where was the van parked at?
It was behind the house. It was down the hill and around behind the house. You couldn't see it from the front of the house.
Okay. And what was the ground like?
It was slippery. It was kind of muddy.
Kind of, or was it muddy?
Well, it was muddy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, was it?
And the defense does need this kind of testimony in there because what they are claiming is either by involuntary muscle movements or Linda slipping and sliding. Now, I will tell you guys that they have shown pictures of the tire tracks, and to my untrained eye, it doesn't look like there was any slippage. It doesn't look like the tires did kind of a rut thing where they were trying to find traction. I mean, I'm not an expertologist, but it looked like they had paused the traction, okay? They had paused the traction. It was great. That being said, I didn't see like skid marks or a sharp turn or anything like that.
Is it still raining?
It had started to rain after we were there a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall the clothing that Miss Stermer had on?
I do.
Okay. Could you describe what you saw?
She had a t-shirt, gym shorts, and white socks. Just socks, no shoes.
And shorts?
Mm-hmm.
And a t-shirt?
Yes.
What would you estimate, just based upon your feelings of the weather then, what would you estimate the temperature had been at that time when you arrived?
At that time when I saw Linda, I don't know. I'm not sure. I couldn't say. But the temperature was dropping fast.
Dropping fast?
Yeah.
Okay.
It started out as rain, and then it started to get snow, rain mix.
Okay.
Yeah.
And were you were there when some of the law enforcement officers arrived, or were you?
I really didn't notice them. I was with the firefighters. I heard the sirens and everything coming. I did see one deputy's vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you were familiar with some of the personnel of the fire department, is that right?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Had you ever worked in the fire department?
I never did. No.
Okay.
They asked me to join, but I thought they'd be better served with spending their training money on a younger person. But several times I've.
Aw, sweet Biff, you're melting my heart. He's a sweetheart. He's like, look, I'm old. Find someone young. Aw. And he has a nice set of hair. I mean, that is a thick, head of hair on a older gentleman. So, see, when you turn to goodness, Biff, your life turns out well.
Just been on scene just to assist in any way, carry a ladder, carry a hose, do whatever.
It's a volunteer.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
My wife was on the township board, and she
Let's
was.
see how he sounds at
It's a
1.5.
small town, and everybody kind of helps each other.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, this is at 1.5.
That's why the motto is we grow together, right?
Yes.
Now, you stated in direct that someone asked you to watch the van?
Yes.
Do you recall who?
The deputy asked the assistant chief, Doug Harrington, and Doug Harrington asked me to help in that.
So you're saying the deputy
had asked Doug Harrington to make sure that no water got sprayed on there and nobody, touched the van. And he asked me to help him in that.
Okay. So in putting out the fire, they wanted to make sure that the van didn't get hit with the water, is that what they were talking about?
Right.
But you wasn't directed to move the van, though, right?
I don't think you could have, because it was that muddy. I don't know if you could have moved the van.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you would have had to have it towed.
Okay. And so approximately how long did you remain on the scene?
Like I say, we didn't get home. It was pretty late. It was pretty late. I would say we were there 5 hours.
Okay. And you recall someone bringing Miss Stermer some clothes, right?
I know the girls, Linda wanted my wife's Aunt Gail to bring her some clothes and shoes, and she just wanted her there maybe for comfort or whatever.
Okay. And so, since 2007, you haven't had to speak of this case to anyone in law enforcement?
No one in law enforcement.
And on that date, did any of the...
So for those of you just joining in, this is a retrial. The first trial was held in 2010. Linda Stermer was found guilty of battering, lighting on fire, and then running over her husband. Now, she filed a habeas motion. I believe that MLS has sent that to me, and I will make a separate video reading that. But according to her habeas petition, she had lack of effective counsel and also lack of that counsel getting any expert or challenging the expert findings. So this is a retrial. I will have to check out whether she's been out on bond this entire time since the overturn. It was overturned in 2018. So they are retrying her. The state does believe they have enough evidence. This is only day 2. I have heard that there are some bombshells and some shenanigans. Someone didn't show up for a subpoena, and apparently they're doing a late Dahlberg hearing on an expert. So the judge is a little annoyed with the defense putting in all of these motions within the last 3 weeks when they've had several years to do all these things.
The law enforcement that arrived, did any of them take an interview statement from you?
No.
Okay.
But basically, law enforcement didn't talk to this particular couple, these witnesses, until 2024 of the winter, or the start of winter.
Just a second.
Someone get this heifer deep conditioner.
Oh. Mr. Thompson, let me, you recall the fact that there was two dogs at the house?
I saw one dog.
You saw one dog?
Yes.
Were you part of rescuing the dogs?
Yes. While we were standing down there by the van, the basement window had been broken out, and the dog kept jumping through the window into the fire. I think the dog was just traumatized, and it kept jumping back and forth in and out of the window, and we were trying to catch it.
Did you have to go inside to get him?
No.
Okay.
No.
But you was able to ultimately rescue him?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and then we
Okay, but that does call into question whether they were by that van the entire time. If one of them or both of them left to get the dog, which I understand. Look, a dog, we need to get that. But it does call into question chain of custody if you have two civilians watching the van and then they run off to, an exigent danger, a dog that could get hurt. So I wonder if the defense was more skillful, I think they would bring that up, or that might be something in limine that they've stipulated to. I'm not quite sure. But I do know if I were a defense attorney-ish, I would question the chain of custody because you do have two civilians watching this van. Now, they seem like trustworthy people, but again, they don't know what standard operating procedure is as far as what is evidence, what is not. Can we stand too near the van? Did they get close to the van in any way? Those are questions that I would think a competent defense attorney would be asking, unless they are barred from asking by something in limine.
We kept the dog for Linda and the children.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And did you see anything on the van in reference to any type of blood on the van?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you see that at?
As I remember, it was down the front of the van, and then on the bumper, and then kind of, it seems like, to the best of my recollection, it was led underneath the van.
Underneath the van?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get down and look up underneath the van?
Well, I didn't get down on my knees or anything, but yeah.
And thank you, Carolina, for that info. Linda has been out wearing an ankle monitor. It was Connie Calhoun, the 911 caller, who failed to appear. Yeah, I was wondering if, the way Michael Matheny talked, it sounded like they were no longer in a relationship, that they had been in a relationship in 2007, because he said my girlfriend at the time, unless they've gotten married. But it kind of seemed like a past girlfriend in his tonology.
Was it just on the front, or?
That's all I saw was
just on the front?
On the front, yes.
Okay. But you don't know what caused the blood to be on the van?
I had no idea.
And you don't know what caused the fire?
No idea.
Okay. And my last question, when you said you first approached Linda Stermer, you stated that she was traumatized, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. And she couldn't speak, or did she speak?
Well, she could speak, but she wasn't making a lot of sense. She was sobbing, and, when I first asked her where the children were, I think her response was, I don't know. And that's what led me to, I was going to go through the front door and see if I could do anything for the children. But then as I headed for the door, she told me, no, there's nobody in there, the children are somewhere.
While you were on the location, where was the great amount of flames and smoke that you identified while you were present there?
Well, I was toward the back of the house with Doug Harrington, and so that's where I saw the most flames.
From the back of the house?
Right.
Okay.
But I don't know at that time what was going on at the front of the house. I was in the back.
Okay.
Makes sense. Yes, you wouldn't know what's in the back if you're in the front, or in the front if you're in the back. You are not Schrodinger or his cat.
You don't? Okay. Ms. Seidel?
So I just want to clarify, when you first got there, you saw the smoke on the top. There were no holes in the roof at that time?
No.
Fire hadn't broken through
Just
yet?
smoke, yeah.
Okay. And was Mr. Matheny, did I remember you saying he was there?
Yeah, I didn't realize it was him, but I recognized the truck, and it was off to the side. He was kind of off to the side.
Okay, so he was there when you and Steve Leach were there as well?
Yes.
Okay. And did you smell the fire?
Did I smell the fire? I can't say I recall smelling anything.
Don't remember?
No.
And you arrived, were there law enforcement at the end of the driveway when you arrived?
I don't recall.
And you didn't put your name on a list or anything while you were on scene?
No, nobody asked me anything that night.
So what intrigues me, and this is a bit off topic, but it is on topic, is how the human brain individually really catalogs and etches traumatic or really, high emotion sort of memories, how that codes that. Because for some people, it will be black and white. For some people, it will be hypersaturated. For some people, they probably couldn't tell you, what they heard, but they can tell you what they touched and what they saw. And it's interesting to see which senses a person's, traumatic. I don't like people talking about their traumatical stuff, but to me, the nerd in me is interested in how different brains code, trauma and put it in. And thank you so much. I need to diet, so I was just putting it up so I wouldn't see it, if I'm honest with you. I need to refresh it, and it's bothering me because I think I'm breaking up with the salon that did my last couple hair stuff because they were kind of... Look, she was really sweet, and I didn't want to make her upset by telling her I hated... Okay, not hated. It was not what I would have chosen as a reddish color. So she may be great with other people, but I think I'm looking for a new salon. And I hate it because that means I have to call someone, I have to go in and make sure, I'm not going into a Pentecostal salon that's going to look at me like I need holy water if I want purple highlights. So it's just unfair. I thought I had found my one. I thought I had found my hair person. And it turns out that, sometimes you just have to break up and find a new person.
And you left then before you actually talked to the law enforcement?
Right. Yeah, when the fire department left, we left.
So you were actually kind of with the firemen and helping them out?
Yes.
So the dog was jumping in the basement window?
It was. Probably 4 or 5 times.
Did the dog get burnt?
No, the dog would jump through the window, and then the flames would drive it back and jump out the window, and then we'd try to catch it, and it would run around.
Thanks. I actually did this myself after I wasn't... It just wasn't what I envisioned as a red color, so I went ahead and used the tried and true boxes that I always do. In theory, it's nice to go to a salon, but I sometimes think that I put too much pressure on the, hairstylist to do what I have in my head, and if it doesn't match that, then I get upset, so I don't want to put undue pressure on hair people. Wait, what?
A circle and jump back in the window.
So there weren't any flames coming out the window?
No, but you could see flames inside.
And if I told you that the dispatch call came in around 3:30, would that surprise you?
No, it was, that seems appropriate.
Seems about right time?
Yes.
In terms of the events of that day?
Yes.
Fits in with your cutting of the firewood?
Right.
So I'm guessing, were you looking at a watch or a clock?
Not at all.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Every day is work from daylight to dark.
I have no further questions.
Jury, any questions of this witness? Anyone? I've got one hand going up.
Okay, and for those of you who are new to this case, in Michigan and Indiana, and I think several other states, the jurors can ask questions of the witnesses as well. It usually happens after the state and the defense, get their questions in, then the jury will write them down. The judge will look at them, see if they're appropriate and lawful law, they can be asked, and then they will ask, those questions.
Did you assist at all with covering Todd with any clothing?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No.
Any other questions? Any questions in light of the question asked and answered?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Kelly, any questions of him? Anyone? No? Thank you, sir. Can he be excused from subpoena?
I would ask if you could excuse me.
Any objection to that?
This man was not waiting. He's like, I have excused myself, but excuse me, I am leaving. And sir, I like that members only shirt you got on. If I were going to Goodwill and I found that shirt, I would totally pop a tag. It looks comfy and put together.
Excusing him from his subpoena?
Yes.
Good. Okay, thank you. You're done and you're excused from your obligation under subpoena, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Counsel, can you approach, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
watch any media reports or talk to each other. Same old thing all over again, but it's very, very important. So you can leave your binders in your chair. And this will be about a 15-minute break.
Okay, it looks like they went on break, and our next witness is Verge Franks. Now, it does seem like a lot of people have retired from this case. It was 18 years ago. The incident that that this trial revolves around happened on January 7th, 2007. So this has been some years. So there are a lot of people that have retired or moved on to different jobs in the intervening years. And while I won't attribute that to this case, I do want to take a moment to pay respect and really thank, I hate this chair, thank the first responders, the firefighters, the police officers, the neighbors, the EMTs, the people that showed up to help Todd, even if all they could do was put some clothes on him. The ripples of this tragedy doesn't just stop at Linda and, her possibly going to jail. I mean, all the first responders have this image in their head. I'm sure it weighs on them that they couldn't save this man. So, as much as, we thank everyone, I just thank you guys so much for first responders, for people that, just jump in to help, without maybe knowing what to do, but just to offer comfort, human comfort and kindness in the last minutes of someone's life. It really does help to focus on that when you think about all the darkness in the cases that we go through. Even if there are trashy, corroded human water, or human trash water, people, there are always people that are going to run toward that danger, that are going to go and offer comfort and help. And, even spazzy people like me that, hug you and try to pat your head because we don't know what to do comfort-wise because we're not hug people. Like, we are more here for sarcastic, dark humor, moral support, but we are there to help. So that is kind of what I focus on and what I always like to remember when I look at these cases. Because if you look at this case in black and white, it is a terrible, awful case. No one should have to die like this. Whether it was by Linda's hand or not, no one should have to pass like this. But to focus on the people that came over, that brought clothes, that helped with the dogs, that's the kind of thing that I like to focus on. And she is continuing to look a lot like Dolores Umbridge to me.
About to give him this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. And once you're settled and comfortable, we'll have you give us your full name and spell the last. The microphone you can move close to your mouth so the jury can hear you. You are, your name and last name, or spell your last name, please.
First is Verge, and last name Franks, F-R-A-N-K-S.
Thank you, Ms. Seidegin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Franks, what was your current occupation, or sorry, what is your current occupation?
Right now, I am retired.
And what did you do prior?
I worked for the Sheriff's Office in Van Buren County.
For how many years?
34 and a half.
And were you acting in your capacity as a sheriff deputy on January 7th of 2007?
I was.
And were you involved in the investigation of the Stermer home?
I was, yes.
Can you tell us what, when you first heard of this, or what, how you became aware of this, what was happening?
At the time, I was shift supervisor, rank of sergeant with the patrol division. One of my deputies, Deputy Evans, notified me and mentioned that he had a fatality and a structure fire and asked that I come down to the scene, so I did.
And so you went down immediately then after receiving that call?
I did, yes.
And you arrived then at the Stermer home?
Yes, I did.
And did you drive?
This is Michigan. And yes, this is a very regal, very stately courtroom. I do like it. I love the carpet, but I know many people would find it way too busy. I like the wood detailing. It's a little dark. And photo lady, yes. Linda Stermer Michigan versus Linda Stermer. This is actually a retrial. Linda was convicted of murdering her husband, bludgeoning, setting him on fire, and then running him over in 2010. Now she filed a habeas motion, and in 2018, her conviction was overturned. In the intervening time, the state has moved to retry her. This is the retrial, and she has been out on bond, I think, with an ankle bracelet, according to Carolina. Now, oh gosh, what was I thinking? So basically, the state's version of this case is that Linda was having an affair. There were money problems. There were problems in the marriage beyond just the affair. She, had another boyfriend. She wanted to get rid of, Todd. She gave him Benadryl. That has come out, that he had Benadryl. And then also that, she doesn't know how the head wounds happened, but he had some head wounds and that kind of thing. She does admit to running him over. Linda's story is that she had propped him out of the way. In the room where the fire started were all their cell phones. So in order to go get help or, take him to get help, she needed to move her van around. Now, the defense hasn't clarified, nor has the state clarified how this woman ran this man over and backed up and ran over him again, according to what the defense has said. I don't know. You guys, this is the weirdest damn case. We have a defense attorney who talks at the speed of oaks growing. He is an end. This man is an end. Change my mind. He has been here since the trees were born. He and Tom Bombadil have been just hanging out. He and, Longbeard or Treebeard are friends because this man talks in centuries.
Down the driveway, or did you park in the street, or something else?
I parked along the main street. I did not pull into the driveway.
And then was that County Road 215?
Yes.
And did you walk down the driveway?
I did, yes.
Can you describe that driveway for the jury?
Non-paved driveway. My best guess, and only a guess, is around 150 to 200 yards. The actual surface at the time was muddy and wet. It was that time of year, that particular year, where there was rain and snow that day.
And was the rain and snow occurring when you had arrived?
I remember a wet driveway and a fire apparatus coming and going, I think water shuttling possibly, and didn't want to get in the way of the fire trucks. It's basically why I parked where I did.
So the fire trucks were going up and down the driveway?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall how many trucks?
I do not.
Any issues with the fire trucks getting up and down the driveway?
I do not remember any issues.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
Emergency personnel on scene, an ambulance, fire apparatus, firefighters and their fire turnout gear, and law enforcement.
And do you recall what you noticed or observed about the fire itself? What stage it was in or where it was at?
I don't remember it being still a working fire. I don't remember seeing flames. There was smoke. Whether that was smoke or steam due to suppression efforts, or if it was still actively burning, I do not know.
So the fire department was actively...
When are we going to ask the real question? Did you bring your red Solo cups? Do you have them? How in the hell are you going to get evidence without your red Solo cups? I have all the questions. I really do. I mean, I need to know. Red Solo cup, I fill you up. It's time to party. Gone too soon. Rest in peace, Toby Keith. I know we are a divided country, but I think I can speak for just about everybody that we might not have liked country, but America's Gonna Kick Your Ass song, I don't remember the name. I can proudly tell you that from Hillchuck, America, that was just about everybody's favorite song for a while. So, gone too soon, Toby Keith.
Fighting the fire when you arrived?
Yes.
And so what was your role on scene?
I was shift supervisor at the time in the patrol division. Made contact with Deputy Evans, and after being briefed by him, made a decision, and that was to request our criminal investigation division to come out.
And would that have been Detective Maziowski and Detective Rout?
Yes.
And did you assist in any way with collection of Linda Stermer's clothing?
I did, yes.
And how did that come about?
The recollection that I have isn't crystal clear, but I was involved in retrieving clothing that Linda Stermer was wearing when I got to the scene.
Now, I will say, as a juror, now that I've seen different things, say I was a novice juror, I think at this point, the state would be better served if they gave him his report so he wouldn't say, to the best of my recollection, as I recall. Again, he probably had a clear and present memory, very detailed in his report. If I were the state, I would recommend he refresh his memory on the report instead of say, as best as I can recollect. Because to me, that sounds like, well, okay, why didn't she show him the report?
And so it was handed to you and you collected it?
Yes, but I do not remember who handed it to me.
Do you remember where it was handed to you from?
My recollection is that Linda Stermer was inside an ambulance, and that the clothes were handed to me near the ambulance or from the ambulance.
I'm going to show you what can be marked as people's proposed exhibit number 3.
Photo lady, the lady in the sweater is the defendant, so that is Linda Stermer. Now, I will say that she looks much more grandmotherly, much softer. During her initial trial, she had long hair. It was brown. She definitely looked more, I would say, cougarish if that's your jam. So I think that this does work in her advantage, that she does look more grandmotherly, older. Not that it should play on the jury's mind, but I think her softer look is going to help a little bit. Again, I do think that that's going to be negated if her lawyers continue to be a slow, ridiculous man who takes Shatner-like pauses and, then the aggressive defense attorney. I don't think that that's going to play well with the jury, but all things considered, she looks much softer now, and I think that might play better for her. But she does kind of also look like Dolores Umbridge, so, give or take.
Your Honor, may I approach? Do you recognize this package? These documents coming out?
I do.
And how do you know what that? How do you recognize it?
It's the Kubrick look. I'm telling you, this particular look. Again, looking out from under your eyes, it looks furtive. It looks secretive. You can't get those micro expressions, so it is discomforting. You look like you're looking out from a rock. It's very Kubrick look makes no one look good. And again, do not try to emulate a man who tried to give us a naked, daggone freaking Tom Cruise. Eyes Wide Shut. I've never watched it. I never will, but ick. She does
here,
look like the lady from Misery.
And also,
oh my God.
some of it's coming back to me now. After seeing this, there is a sweater, a pair of pants, and socks. And these were what Linda Stermer was wearing.
You guys, as a fun trick, if your mother is of a certain age, that the 90s might have been her cougar age, put on Celine Dion, It's All Coming Back to Me Now, and you will see your mom just melt into it's all coming back to me now. If your mom was of the 90s, do it between that and, every other Celine Dion song. It'll be fine.
Wearing when I got to the scene.
And these are the items of clothing you collected?
Yes, they are.
You got a new horse? Oh my goodness. I bet. I'm sorry you had to get a new horse because of, badness in his life, but I know he's going to have a better time with you, and, I'm sure he and the donkey will become best friends. Or she. I'm telling you, Celine Dion or Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman, if your mom is trying to get on you about why are you still single, why haven't you found a man, are you gonna stop having children, do you know how that happens, For the love of God sakes, really, Mo? I mean, just put on some Celine Dion or some Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman or the Hallmark Channel. Now, this will work for most women. If you turn on the Hallmark Channel around me, I will start making retching noises. Now, that being said, if you put on a World War II, in color documentary, I'm never leaving. So, know your Bates well, but if it's a Kathy Bates from Misery, say no.
Your Honor, at this time I move for admission for People's Exhibit number 3 into evidence. Number 3. Thank you, Your Honor. And so you collected these items from personnel then on scene, and can you tell the court then what you did with those items?
Deputy Evans, who I referenced before, he was our evidence technician at the time, and I handed these articles of clothing to Deputy Evans. He was our professional evidence handler, and any packaging would have been done by Deputy Evans for chain of custody purposes.
And you didn't have any involvement then with that evidence after you collected it and handed it off to Tony Evans?
I did not.
Anything else that you collected on scene?
No.
Any other roles that you were involved in on scene other than just being in charge and pretty much being aware of what was happening?
General logistics, that type of thing, dealing with our victim services unit and other officers that came and went. Also, when the medical examiner's office arrived, I had a role in assisting her there at the scene.
What was your role there with assisting her?
As I recall, her name was Amy Darling, and as I recall, there came a point in time when it was necessary for her and her duties just to examine the body of our deceased victim, and I assisted with helping to roll the body so she could see all parts, all sides of the victim's body.
And so you actually physically assisted in rolling them over?
I did.
And could you describe the injuries that you saw?
I saw what I think are extensive burns, hair from the head. If there was anything to begin with, it was burned away. Some loosening skin, like really loose, around the arms, hands, if I recall that. And I recall just some type of pants.
Thank you so much. You guys are doing so awesome. I bought 2 packs of tags and I'm down to these. So I am ordering new tags, and I'm also getting an entire family of bendy wooden people. So I don't make X-rated whiteboard stick figures. I'll have X-rated bendy wooden people poses, just like Baker. As per usual, I am simply stealing from Baker, but he's a good person to try to emulate. He's doing awesome. I am so proud of him. It is just so cool to watch him grow and get the well-deserved attention. So I'm like, I want to be like Baker when I grow up and be responsible. I don't know when that's going to happen, but mark it down in your calendar because it will either be a Lenten or post-Lenten miracle. I will be calling the Vatican to see if I can get sainthood.
That the victim had on, and that's all that I recall.
Thank you so much, photo.
The torso was exposed, and it looked like some types of injuries along the back, and then the head. There was blood from the head.
So you saw blood from the head?
Yes.
And did you see any of the injuries on the head?
I didn't look at those. That's what the medical examiner's office was doing. I was just helping.
So this is just your basic observation?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to publish and to pass around item number 3. And I have no further questions.
And you guys, I will probably do a night stream because probably after this witness, I'm going to take a break, spend some time with Mr. Mo, and, make sure that, what was it I was going to say? Make sure I do some family in real life stuff. So we might still be a little bit behind, but I will try to have an evening stream if the storms don't get bad. Now, I'm telling you that Hagatha and the artist formerly known as the Good Leg are telling me that these storms could be really bad. So if they are bad, I will not be able to stream for a multitudinous of reasons. The internet will probably be out. My legs will be killing me. And I'm not the most on-topic person to begin with. So when I'm in pain, I will definitely try to tell you sometimes because I will just be off on my own little logic train. And thank you so much. Baker's pretty too. He made a beautiful wine mom. I just want to encourage him to dress in drag more, so we need to say he was really pretty. Because, you know, I liked when he was putting on the lip stain and he had no idea it was lip stain. Oh no. Both Jamie and I were like, oh, this is going to be bad. But we didn't stop him. Like good friends, we let him continue to do it.
Yes.
Now, I do find it interesting that they put the clothing in those plastic, like Ziploc bags. From what I remember from, I think, my very first case, they always talk about using paper bags because paper breathes and it will, you know, not encourage mold growth and things like that. Now, maybe it's because they've already done the testing and they were dry. It's interesting to me that they have them in plastic bags. DK Cripple, I believe that was Halloween of this year because I showed up as the guy that had the loose moral grandma or mother-in-law, and he showed up as a wine mom. But he didn't realize that you have to pay for a little bit more expensive wig, otherwise they suck and they hurt your head. Oh Lord, defense.
So Deputy Franks, how long have you served on the Van Buren Sheriff's Department?
34.5 years.
34?
Yes, hired in 89, retired in 2021.
Retired in 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you stated that when you arrived at the Stermer property on January the 7th, 2007, who all was present when you arrived?
I recall Deputy Evans with the Van Buren Sheriff's Office. I recall Deputy Gary Gruss with the Van Buren Sheriff's Office. I do not recall any other law enforcement when I first arrived.
So it was Deputy Evans and Deputy Russ?
Gruss, it's G-U-R-S-S, Deputy Gary Gruss.
Okay. And were there first responders there? The ambulance, was the ambulance there when you arrived?
I do recall an ambulance there. I do recall fire.
Damn it, this man in ambulance. I can't. Every time he says it, I'm like, don't laugh. Don't laugh. It's not funny. Do not laugh. But every time he says ambulance, y'all, I can't. Okay. If I had a scintilla of, ability to be mature, it wouldn't happen. Also, I am going to work on a scintilla mug, so that is coming out. Also, You're My Whole Ass Soulmate t-shirt is nearly done, and will go up on the store soon. And hopefully I will have my Screw Yourself Sideways with a Cactus shirt coming to me very soon, and I can model it for you. I can wear my own merch, which is kind of dangerous because I swear every day I come up with a new t-shirt idea. And just not the ability to make it like in the way I want to because I'm, computer. I know every single time he says it, I just can't.
Fire apparatus and firefighters in their coats and helmets, but I don't know who they were.
Okay. And your position at that time was what rank did you have?
I was patrol sergeant. I was just a shift supervisor in the Uniform Services Division.
Okay. So the call comes in and you just show up because it's in the area, right?
Yes, Deputy Evans specifically reached out to me as his first supervisor to respond to the scene.
Okay.
He was following chain of command.
Okay, okay. And did you see the state of the fire when you arrived?
The best I can recall is that there was smoke, but I don't recall seeing flames when I arrived. Okay. But it was an active scene, and what I mean by an active fire scene is there were fire apparatus were there. You could see that the firefighters were doing different tasks. I didn't focus on that. I was
definitely do that.
Basically being briefed by Deputy Evans, but I could see all this going in the peripheral.
No, I heard it.
Okay. And did you, so where did you and Deputy Evans station at when you arrived at the scene? Were y'all in the front of the house, or were you in the side of the house, or the back of the house?
I came in from County Road 215, which is east of the residence. So when I...
Okay, this is discriminatory against people that don't understand directions. They keep using east, west, north, south, like I'm supposed to know where those things are in relation to everywhere. Because, y'all, look, again, I have told people I am terrible with directions. I am the reincarnated leader of the Donner Party. Hashtag never beat Oregon Trail, always died of dysentery and or got lost. So I'm just saying this is discriminatory against people who do directions like, okay, you're going to look at Shirlene's old place and it's kitty corner to Shirlene's right across the street from the Walgreens, not the CVS, the Walgreens. Now, this is discrimination. I think every direction should be put in, you know, it's kitty corner to the, you know, the old burnt out meth house. And if you go 3 steps down from, you know, Angie, the woman with all the gnomes in the house, that's where she is. It's discrimination.
I spoke with Deputy
And I
Evans, it
won't
would have been
stand
in
for
the
it.
yard or the lawn area. Best recollection would be to the east, basically the east, maybe slightly northeast of the residence. So between the residence and County Road 215.
Okay. What was the weather conditions like, as you recall?
I recall the driveway being wet, muddy. I know at some point there was rain, and then later on into the evening, I know there was some snow. But I don't remember when I first got there what was going on with the atmosphere.
Do you recall where the ambulance was positioned when you arrived?
It was in the lawn.
Damn it, man. Stop saying ambulance. It's going to kill me. I'm trying to be good with Jesus on Sunday, and you are trying to tempt me into making fun of you. Why? Just why? Lord, you are tempting the Jesus in me, and you know this is my weakness. Why?
East of the residence.
Okay.
It could have been on a driveway. I don't recall the actual structure of the driveway, but it was in the driveway or along that curtilage area around the house.
Okay. And you went to the ambulance, is that correct?
Sometime during the afternoon or evening I did. I don't recall when exactly that was.
This man is doing this on purpose.
I was there for some time, probably a period of hours. At the scene, I don't remember at what time I went to the ambulance itself.
East, west, north,
You
south.
don't recall how long you were there?
I do not.
No.
Do you recall, based on your position, did you reduce your activities to a written report?
I did not. As a patrol sergeant, it's common for me just to have a subordinate deputy, so to speak, just include what I did in their report.
Okay. Okay.
Wait a minute. You don't have to write your own reports if you're a supervisor. Can I just skip to supervisor? Asking for a friend. I think I'd be a great supervisor. Although I would make the hot deputies do a calendar for charity and signs with puppies and kittens and ducks. Maybe a boa constrictor if they like that kind of thing. Look, we got 12 months to fill.
Do you have to review that report?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you know, would that report have been prepared by Deputy Evans?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And how were you the assigned individual to collect?
Jim, this is going to be a charity shirtless man calendar. I am trying to appeal to all women's, men's, furries. You know, someone could like ducklings, and ducklings are cute. Could you imagine an oiled shirtless man with like an 18-pack and those little hip thingies? I mean, for science, of course, and charity. It would help the children's.
Collect the clothing of Miss Stermer.
That I do not recall. If that was something I was asked to do by the detectives, I don't remember if it was done pursuant to any of the actions they were taking.
Do you know who the detective was?
Why don't you read the report? This is concerning for chain of custody. It has been 18 years. I am willing to give grace to people that don't remember exact details, but you have GD reports. This kind of fiddle farting about critical evidence. This is from, look, I can dream. Besides, if there's 3 of them there, 3 divided by 18 is 9, I think. So, I mean, they'd have 9 packs. I mean, I don't know. Look, Mr. Mo had a 9-pack when we first started dating, and then we discovered Little Debbie's. It was a joint project to get fluffy and happy together.
Was?
We had a detective sergeant named Thomas Maziowski and a detective named Gabrielle Rott that were both on scene.
Okay.
So it could have been either of those two that asked for that to have happened.
Okay. And can you tell us how the exchange of the clothes occurred? Were you given a bag or just the loose clothes and asked to preserve those items?
That I do not recall. I do not recall if the clothing was handed to me directly from Linda Stermer, or if there was other staff, such as our victim services unit ladies that were there. My recollection is the clothing was that Linda Stermer changed her clothing inside the privacy of an ambulance. How I got to take first possession of those 3 articles of clothing, I don't remember. If Linda Stermer came out dressed in other clothing and gave them to me, or if someone else that was inside the ambulance with her would have given them to me.
That's kind of critical to know. Oh God, what the hell are you doing now, sir?
Do you recall what the state of the clothing were when you received them?
I do not.
You don't recall whether or not they were wet?
I do not.
Do you think that the first thing this man does when he gets home is take off that suit and unbutton that button? I mean, again, I am just startled by the fact that he has no neck. I mean, none. 0. Cero, I think is the Spanish. None. 9. No neck. How? That has to be the most uncomfortable thing. I'm thinking of if you ever... It's probably not the same things, but ladies, you know when we put on our Spanx and you have that bulge that has just kind of, well, it's worked its way up to the under boob area. That's kind of how I feel like he would feel with a tight shirt. You know, that under bulge fat that just kind of looks like you're in a sausage casing and then it all exploded out. You got to wear that thing high because it starts rolling down. Look, Spanx are the devil. They are the devil incarnate, but they make you look a little skinnier. So, you know, the things we do. No, I like it.
What is your procedure for preserving the items that you have received? I assume that at that time you considered these items to be of some evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
And that there would have been a chain of custody in reference to maintaining the items, right?
In this situation, at this particular scene, the exchange from my possession of the 3 articles of clothing to Deputy Evans would have been nearly immediate, as he was on the same scene with...
Damn it, I should have said there's not a scintilla of a chain of command. Why do I forget these words? And I didn't make scintilla up, this lawyer did. Also grotesque. Instead of grotesque, it's grotesque. Just thought y'all should know. Look, if I had to traumatize myself by watching that opening twice, I must share it with you guys.
With me. So I wouldn't have taken the clothing away and given them to him, say at the station or a different location. It would have been fairly fluid.
But they were already bagged when they were given to you?
That I do not recall.
Okay.
I did not package or bag the clothing. I don't remember doing that.
And do you recall whether or not you took any pictures of the items?
I know I did not.
Okay. And they were placed in...
You know what would be cool if you had this thing where you had to kind of like type or write out what happened right after an incident? I don't know what we would call those, but that would be really cool if you had that. So like 18 years later when you're in a retrial, you can remember stuff. I don't know. It's a work in progress. I'm focus grouping it. We'll figure it out.
In your patrol car, or were you driving your personal car?
I don't have a recollection of that. I can speculate, but I don't have a recollection.
Okay, that's fair.
Don't speculate. No speculation. in
But at
here.
some point in time, you transferred the items to the sheriff's department, is that right?
I would have given the items, the 3 articles of clothing, to Deputy Evans himself.
Okay. But Deputy Evans was at the scene, right?
Yes.
So when you received the items, they were placed in your patrol car or your vehicle, right?
He's actually placing words into the witness's mouth. I'd ask that he just ask questions. I don't think there's been testimony that's placed in the patrol car, so he's actually testifying and placing those words out there even before the witness has said them.
No, I was going to clarify, I just was saying vehicle.
It's also asked and answered.
It's getting, I agree with that.
But
Have you move
thank
on?
you, Judge. I'll move on. You placed the items in a vehicle and transported them to the sheriff's office.
I do not recollect that, and I'm leery of speculating or trying to give you what I believe I would have done.
My point is, I'm just trying to find out, when did they get to the Deputy Evans?
How in the hell is this a competent chain of custody? Why are we not... Could we have a competent defense attorney that says, is this standard operating procedure? Do you, for the Cato Kalin, good night.
Did I answer what is likely?
But not what you really know?
Yes.
So you really don't know when they got to Deputy Evans?
I do not.
Thank you. Was there any other involvement that you had, Deputy, while you were there on the scene the day of the fire?
Not to what I've already testified to. Nothing additional.
Nothing additional?
No, sir.
Okay. No interviews with any persons or anybody that was there on the scene?
None.
Not anybody.
But you were there for approximately 3 hours?
I don't recall. I know it was a period of hours.
Okay.
If I took a drink for every time he said I don't recall.
During that time,
on
were
the
you just
camera.
standing around?
There are different responsibilities, different scenes or dynamics sometimes. I don't recall exactly every minute what I did do there. I could give examples. I mean, at one point, I was using the telephone, to have dispatch send our detective division out. Our victim services unit was there, which are volunteer civilians that we utilize in types of tragedies and that type of thing. I would have dealt with them. Other than that, I would have just been there, maintaining a presence, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Follow up, Ms. Seiderman?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have questions of this witness? No? Okay, may he be excused from his subpoena, counsel? Excused from subpoena?
I'd have to get the book.
Oh, I'm sorry, we've got a question.
And for those of you who are new, Michigan is a state that allows the jury to ask questions. The lawyers will look at them, the jury or the judge will look at them, see if they're lawful law, and then they will ask them if they can. Now, after they look at them, after they decide whether you can answer the questions, she will ask the state and the defense if they have any further questions based on what the jury has asked. It is interesting to see what the jury asks. There are some times where you do wonder
From
about
the jury,
the
no
questions
objection
they
from
weren't allowed to
counsel.
ask.
Did you notice a van on the premises?
I did, yes.
As an investigator, were you informed about the blood on the van?
I was, yes.
Okay. Counsel, any questions in light of those questions and answers?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Deputy Franks, who was it that informed you about the van?
That I do not remember. However, at the scene, during the course of the investigation and throughout the few hours that I was at the scene, I had occasion to brief with or be briefed by our detective division. Once the detective division got there, as far as hierarchy, chain of command, they would have been in charge. And I do not remember exactly which person told me that, but it was during one of our huddles or one of our briefings there at the scene that I was informed of that.
Okay. That was it? That was it?
That was it, yes.
So you didn't ever go and actually do a physical inspection of the van yourself?
No, and why I did not was because I was a sergeant, basically a road sergeant, a patrol sergeant. Our criminal investigators, our detectives, that's their purview. That's what they're there for. So I did not usurp their responsibility.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Ms. Zeidinger? Jury, any other questions of him? No? And you both agreed to excuse him from subpoena, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're all done.
Thank you.
Ms. Zeidinger?
Okay, you guys, that's where I'm going to end this. I might have a night stream. I can tell you that we are going to be under severe weather issues. I live out in the boonies, so that generally means that my internet goes out. But I will try to have another stream tonight, get notifications out if I can do that. If not, be on the lookout for Mornings with Mo, the place to get the news you never knew you always needed. Not political generally, mostly true crime stuff, current headlines, and the absurd. The best place to get the news, 8 a.m. Eastern Time every weekday. And then the Petty Express will ride again this week with the Linda Stermer retrial. Look out for that. And then I will be working on a highlights reel for this weekend's Legal Shenanigans Theater. And I will be doing little short video updates and kind of reaction / overviews of every day in this trial. I will probably be doing one for day 1 and day 2 either tonight or tomorrow when we get it done, and then so on and so forth to keep you up to date-ish with the trial. So I appreciate you guys all so much. As much as you guys get comfort and distraction from me, I get distraction from you guys. I can tell you that incoming storm days are not the greatest days, but you guys have kept my mind off of that, so I greatly appreciate it. And if you haven't heard it today from a mama, you are loved just as you are. Be kind to yourself, be kind to others, but carry a sassy mouth and a can of bitch fire. I can't even do my own outro. One day I will be good. But be kind to yourself, be kind to others, carry a can of bitch fire and a sassy mouth, because kindness no longer equals doormats. Have a great day. Be safe and be careful if you are under a storm watch. Listen to your local weather people or Ryan Hall, y'all. I am sending you guys over to Captain Kern. He is doing super awesome magic stuff with a 3D printer. I have no idea how any of that works. I am super duper impressed with him because I can do absolutely jack crap none of that. So if you like that, please go over and give him a like, give him some love. He is doing awesome things with his printer stuff. I have no idea how it works, but I will see you guys soon. Bye, you guys. See you later, guys.